things are going to happen, they can actually point to legislation and say, actually, there's money already allocated, or there's something in the tax code. But I think it also gives a lot of us some hope as well, too, that there's more appetite to do more things. Because I think for folks working in deeper technologies or more on the fringe, we still need policy changes there.
Yep.
So
clearly the scale of this challenge is massive, and companies need to do a lot in short order. So I guess my question to you, Anjali, is I know that your team at Speed and Scale is looking at how companies are doing on this challenge. Can you say what you're finding?
Yeah, sure. It's been hugely insightful, and there's incredible work that our team is leading. And really where we started, which is around KR 8.3, which is under our movement's objective, and it's 100% of Fortune Global 500 companies commit immediately to reach net zero by 2040. And so we said, okay, the tracker is really intended to sort of pick up where the book left off and show what progress are we making against these key results. And so we started by looking through the data, the publicly available data that's out there on corporate climate commitments. And it was pretty surprising. What we found is about less than 2% of the Fortune Global 500 have clear and effective net zero commitments in place today. That's tiny, right? And you have to contrast that against, I think, a figure that is more often cited in the media, which is that 50% of Fortune Global 500 have a climate commitment. There's a really big difference, right, between having a climate commitment and having the right climate commitment, because ultimately in 2050, no one's going to care if we had a bunch of sort of loose climate commitments in place. And you might look at that number and feel dismayed, but I think that what we're also finding is that there are a handful of leaders out there that are doing really, really incredible work to decarbonize. Alphabet recently said that they are going to be carbon-free by 2030, moving from carbon neutral. We're seeing a lot of great commitments out of other companies, Deutsche Telekom and Unilever, to name a few. And I think really the question here is, how do we encourage companies to go faster and to do more? I think in having conversations, now we're in this validation phase, we're learning a lot about the apprehension and the concern that some of these companies have around disclosing the work that they're doing out of fear of retribution or the public saying it's not enough. And sure, it's not enough, but we've got to start somewhere. And in the absence, especially here in the United States, of regulation that is going to force companies to do the right thing, we're essentially relying on the goodwill of corporations, of the private sector, to make these commitments and then to act on them. And so I think we've got to do a better job of telling the story, of shifting the narrative to really hold up the companies that are doing exceptional work in this space, so that we can get others to join on board. 2%, we're at 2%. We have so much further to go in this space.
Yeah.
And one thing we're going to do is this tracker that we have, right now we're just sharing the top level numbers, but we hope to, by COP, to actually share that level by company detail. And it's things like, what scopes are you covering? When you say greenhouse gases or you're going to get carbon neutral, do you mean all GHGs? It means that when you talk about getting to zero, that you're leaning on removal, not avoidance and efficiency offsets. And so we're going through this exercise right now, and we can't wait to share it in a few months.
That sounds great. And I wanted to
oh yeah, if you keep it going. The other way, yeah. I went back.
The front. Quick recap of everything here. So I wanted to make a mention that we, the fact is we do know what companies need to prioritize right now, and I wanted to point to this piece of work that EDF did with Deloitte, Pathways to Net Zero. It's a series of analysis that really focuses on what we need to do in this decisive decade and provides that kind of a clear roadmap, and I wanted to encourage folks to take a look at that. I think that I'd love to hear a little bit from you both about what you're most excited about when you're looking down the road, right? In a year, in 5 years, in 10 years. We have so much to do in this decade, so what are you seeing? What are you excited about? What are you optimistic about?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the tonality in the moment that we're in right now and talking to others has completely shifted in the last month and a half, especially domestically. And so in 1 year's time, looking at how the $369 billion has flowed through the system and seeing those technologies move down the cost curve so that we can encourage greater uptick, again, not just here but abroad. That is a hugely important step that we need to take. And I think to see those dollars in action, we've got John Podesta at the helm now, is going to be a really, really awesome thing to look out for in the very near term.
Yep. That is exciting. John will be great in that position.
Ryan, what about you?
I'll pick on you. So that was in a year's time. I'll pick the 5 years time.
Okay, sounds good.
You know, that bucket, if you think 5 years ago,
Yes.
you know, 5 years ago, solar and wind wasn't cheap yet. And I think about the folks that have been a part of this climate movement for the past 20, 30 plus years saying there will be a moment when that happens. And that happened 5 years ago. 5 years from now, you're going to see things like all categories of EVs actually become cheaper. You're going to see solar and wind plus storage become cheaper than fossil fuel equivalent, right? This is like what you're going to see in these 5 years, this shift. And when the green premium, right, when it's more expensive than the alternative becomes that discount, market forces can take over. Like that's what excites me about the next 5 years.
Yep, that sounds good. 10.
Ooh,
10 is, I mean, we don't know what the future holds, right? And I think that it would have been impossible 25 or 30 years ago to know exactly what the internet would yield. And I think we're kind of in a moment like that for climate. What are the technologies that we are not anticipating or that we're not anticipating being widely available at cost that are going to change the game entirely? And so I think that the breaking of the model is what I'm really looking forward to. Like, what is that thing going to be? Is sort of the thing that keeps me on the edge of my seat.
Yep. The thing that gives me hope for the 10 years is a bit of the presentation that Sophie and Kim shared, where you have the pace of investment this year still, right? The number of deals is still on track. The dollars may not be there, but the companies are there. And so in the 10 years that we're going to see going forward, these small startups at the seed and Series A stages will be big and incredible things there.
Yeah, I would say, to throw my 2 cents in, that the thing that gives me the most optimism is just my kids. You know, they're going to be the next generation of leadership. And I think about EDF has a Climate Corps program that puts students into companies, and now they're all over in business. And I think the same thing's going to happen with this next generation.
Absolutely.
They're going to take over, and they're going to demand nothing less than a win for the environment in addition to a win for business. There is no other path forward for them. Yeah. So that's hopeful. So everyone's really excited about a lot of the new technologies, carbon capture and storage, and all of these sexy new technologies, which we really need. But, you know, it remain to be proven out. So what are you seeing in terms of this space in climate and tech investment, and like, how are you all thinking about that at this point?
For right now, I mean, it's investing in 2 categories, the now and the new, right? There's a lot of money going after scaling the technologies that have been already invented but need to be out there at the gigaton scale. On the new side, I mean, we're seeing new forms of energy being invested in, like fusion and geothermal and others. You're seeing great new companies in the carbon removal space. You're seeing, like, I think that's actually kind of the boundless number of categories that engineers and policymakers and others are going after is quite exciting. I mean, it's almost like I keep pointing back to that chart that was shared, but you see where the dollars are flowing, and it's inspiring to see venture capitalists picking up these R&D projects and putting money behind them to create companies.
You know, I think what's really exciting too is not just the tech solutions, but the sort of broad array of solutions. You know, we're seeing California out in front right now. That has huge implications, not just for the state of California, but for the country as a whole, and the world. Is the 5th largest economy in the world. And so when California says we're phasing out fossil fuel vehicles, we're putting $54 billion into climate tech and advancing it in short order, there's a market signal that's sent out there. And I think we're very conscious about not having a sort of overly technocentric view of the transition and what is needed here. And I think we're going to see solutions from a lot of different domains that are going to sort of move the needle forward, move us forward. And that I think is really exciting. I will say on the tech front, I look at the allocation of IRA and see $2.6 billion allocated towards protecting nature, essentially. And that's, in the grand scheme of IRA dollars, is a pretty small amount. But I think that we're starting to see more interest and appetite from the private sector in developing technologies that will help us better understand the sources of the problem, and hopefully equip us and generally raise the consciousness around wanting to invest in an area that I think people sort of don't know what to do with right now. It's like we all agree that we need to protect nature, our oceans, our lands, our forests, but we haven't, as Sophie and Kim shared, we haven't quite figured out how to move the capital to doing exactly that.
Well, thank you both. Speed and Scale is a super compelling book and an excellent plan. So everybody should make sure to pick up your copy. How do they do that?
Oh, well, there are posters here which have
Yes.
the whole, but you can also just go to speedandscale.com. I think the intention is, how do we move us towards the collective actions we need to do, right? The policies that need to be created. If we're employees within a company, how do we get them to set the commitments we want them to? And so we're here as a resource, but really to also learn from everyone as well.
Please join me in thanking
Thank you for having
Anjali
us.
Grover and Ryan.
Thank you so much. Great. All right, now you all are in for a treat. Eileen, please join me out here. Eileen Fisher, we are so honored to have. Please sit down over on the sofa over here. That's your water. Eileen really is one of the great leaders of sustainability and social consciousness in business. And we're going to get into that in some detail. But I wanted you to start, you were at the White House just last week.
Right.
Talk about what led you there and what you found when you were there and the mood.
Well, I was invited because of the, or they call it the IRA.
Right.
I didn't even realize it was called that. The Inflation,
The Inflation Reduction Act, which
I
we'd
think
like
it
to
was
think of as the
Climate Act.
Climate Act, but yes.
Right. But because of the work that I do in sustainability, I got an invitation. So it was, I went to celebrate, which it was a really fun celebration, and I was happy about that. I was happy to hear that we're supposed to be reducing the carbon footprint 40% by 2030. Is that true?
We hope that funding could help us achieve that goal, is the hope.
Yeah. It gave me hope. It gave me hope. I was, some days I feel a little down, but now I feel hopeful. So.
Can you all hear her okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes? Okay, could we get Eileen louder by any
I
chance?
have a soft voice, right?
Thank you. Oh, that's a little louder, good.
Yeah.
So, you have done I think you just told me backstage, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, you started the company in '84. 25 years ago, you hired a director for social consciousness?
Right.
Why did you do that?
I think it was her idea. She was great. Actually, she was working as someone's assistant, and that person left the company, and then we talked with her about what else she might do, and I think that was her idea.
But obviously, you liked this idea.
Oh, yeah. We thought, we were concerned at the time about producing in China and the concern about social issues, sweatshops, things like that, and, we weren't thinking specifically about the environment at that point, though we were always about natural fibers and timeless design, those kinds of things. Now, can you hear me? I feel like I'm echoing.
I think it's a lot better now, yes. Okay. You're fine. Echoing is all right as long as we can hear you.
Okay.
You're not echoing, really. So, the thing that's amazing about you is you've always brought your human self to business and not really compromised just because you were leading a company. I think that's sadly highly unusual. And we were talking backstage, you had good fortune or the reality of a private company, no pressures of Wall Street.
Right, I own the place. No.
But have you thought of yourself as a leader of responsible business, or were you just thinking of yourself as doing what anybody should do?
What I do, right. I suppose more lately because people have been calling that out and recognizing us for the work that we do, but no, I think of myself as a designer, and I try to solve problems through design, and so I I like clothes, and I like really timeless, simple design, and I'm just really interested in what endures and those kinds of things. So that's really who I am, and out of it, I think we drew in a lot of people who saw what I was doing and thought it was meaningful and valuable, and all natural fibers, and so we drew in people who cared about the environment just very naturally, because I was just responding to what I loved and was doing what I love, and then they were kind of naturally drawn in, and so then they bring their ideas forward, and then things sort of build from there.
Well, and you also have always had a company that seems to have had a very strong orientation towards collaboration and inclusion in the whole everything. And you have your employees are all owners, but you also seem to respect their point of view. I guess one thing I'm curious about, given simplicity is such a mantra for you in your design, do you think simplicity has been kind of intuitively a mantra in your leadership style also, and your sense of being clear about priorities?
Oh. Well, that's something I have to work very hard on. That's not intuitive for me.
It's hard.
No. The whole leadership piece is not my nature particularly to, I'm always sort of, I think I lead from the center of the idea, and so I try to always explain what the idea is and what I'm trying to do and get people to join. So I think, but others, I have great people, I have a wonderful people and culture team, and it's always been super important to me to have those people. My accountant, my CFO for years used to say, the HR department is much bigger here than other companies, and the social consciousness department grew too, and
so you still have a social consciousness department?
Oh yeah. And now what's happened is actually, this is what's really interesting, is over the years, and maybe I'm going to say, when was this, 8 or 10 years ago, we started to think, how do we take this sustainability work and really embed it deeply into the company? Because it's really interesting ideas. Like I said, it was Amy Hall who said, maybe this would be the right job for me. Ideas come from everywhere. It's like these plastic bags, we shouldn't be doing that with our clothes, or all these plastic hangers, what can we do differently? Depending on where you are, you see things that could change, or transportation issues, or the fabrics that we use, the designers, how do they think about the materials? And so we did Amy Hall had organized and hired a group that did systems work. I heard that there's going to be people talking about systems work.
Very shortly after, we have a whole system on systems thinking and systems.
It's so important.
Yes.
It's so important. And what we did was created a 4-day workshop on sustainability and how do we embed it throughout the whole system in the company. And it started really with work on our individual selves, all of us, getting lit up about what we cared about the environment, and then, being a part of this workshop. And we brought in designers and marketing people and supply chain people and, cross-functional team, and really, worked to, and it started with me saying, this matters to me, how are we going to really embed this work deeply into the company? And it's been really interesting because I think it gives real purpose and meaning to the work that people do. That, now we still have a planet, besides social consciousness, we have a people and planet team that is cross-functional, that gathers people from across the company and looks at all the possible things that we might do to make a difference.
Well, you were telling me also that decades ago you started in effect moving towards regenerative agriculture in your supply chain, just because of what you were hoping to get from the cotton. But talk about regenerative agriculture and fashion and how you think of the connection.
Oh, well, yes, first of all, just in the very early days, just from a design point of view, I didn't like the fabrics with weird chemical finishes. I didn't like the polyester. I would always be in dialogue with the suppliers. How can we make this fabric more, I didn't say more sustainable, I wanted it to be more natural, So that was kind of the beginning. And then, what was your question? Regenerative.
Yeah, regenerative agriculture.
So I think what happened is just over time, we built more awareness. And I think I learned more. Amy Hall brought forward, she had a meeting, I remember, I don't know, 20 years ago, about our materials. So that we started, and she said she helped us understand that our biggest impact was materials. And so we needed to really look at, you know, can we move our cottons to organic? Can we move our, you know, can we look at all of our dyes? And we started, you know, convening the dye houses in China to look at how we could do the dye process more in a more clean way. We just started looking at all the parts. And then the regenerative. So after going to organic, we began to realize that there's additional opportunity to actually create regenerative agriculture that actually draws down carbon in the way that you, it's such a natural process that you know.
You can grow cotton and sequester carbon.
And sequester carbon, and the way you herd sheep in the wool farms, you can actually sequester carbon. It's pretty exciting. I think it's one of the things that we're seeing, the farming coming up in the new bill. So I'm excited about the farming aspect.
I think the concept of regenerative agriculture, which has been pretty much not on the radar in American business and society, has really rapidly gone to the forefront just recently. I think we must have much more attention to that. But I'm curious, when you went to the farmers that were growing stuff, and how did they receive that imperative?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I didn't do it personally, so I don't know exactly what their responses were, but I know that it was a dialogue through the supply chain, and it was a dialogue about, and I don't know how we got involved in the beginning of that, but it was, you know, it was a conversation about, it costs them more, you know, and they lose money doing transitioning from regular cotton to organic. And so we agreed to buy their transition cotton for 3 years while they were becoming organic. And that didn't get us all the way to regenerative, but you know, we're still working on that.
But it was really working with the supply chain all the way back to the growers.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all about dialogue internally with the employees or with the supply chain, you know, with the customers, always in dialogue.
You know, when you...
That's a collaborative process.
It sounds like it. I'm curious, when you look at business generally,
yeah.
why do you think that mindset is so rare?
Well, I think that I don't want to blame the stock market or the...
You can go ahead and blame the stock market.
But I think the system needs massive change, so I'm glad to have systems people coming. I think the system, like I'm occasionally in the room with CEOs from fashion companies, all the big ones, and you know, they basically say, I'm responsible for the bottom line. This is extra work. You know, how do I do this and justify it, you know? I say if you don't do it, you might not be around in 5 or 10 years. So we have to do it. Look at the risk.
Do you think some of them are starting to recognize it?
I do, but the systems are not set up across the board. Like only 1% of cotton is organic today. You know, it's mostly still conventional farming. You know, the whole fashion system needs a massive overhaul. I want to say something for people who are interested in fashion, and it's a side note, but it's something we talked about, that one of the biggest problems in fashion is the waste in the system. And I heard, Allie, someone was talking about the food waste.
Yeah.
40% of food is wasted. 80% of clothing is wasted. 75% globally of clothes that are made within 1 year are discarded, or they're either incinerated or discarded. In this country, it's 83%.
I mean, the clothes that are sold or not sold, all produced.
Sold, clothes that are produced.
People throw out their clothes.
People throw out their clothes within a year. People buy things that they, I don't know, throw them out. Give them away is good. Give away your clothes. And a lot of manufacturers make too much stuff, and want to keep their brand image, they burn things. I don't want to bore you with the details, but I have a white paper my foundation did called Hey Fashion. If you're interested in diving into the mess of the fashion industry, you could go there and get
It's
something.
highly recommended, and a lot of it's about circularity and reuse.
It's a piece of the waste piece that I'm just stressing.
You've also been open to what some might call used things in your own business for a long time. Talk about that.
Right. Well, in 2009, we started what we call our Renew program, which we realized in the company that we had too many clothes in our closet, but they were good. One of the things about my clothes is I feel like if I make products that are timeless, or that are simple, that endure, and that are good quality, people will keep them, or they will give them to family members or friends, or to a consignment shop. They'll keep them in circulation. In circulation.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we decided that we had too many clothes, so we opened a store, and we were playing with the idea of just returning our clothes and seeing if people would buy the recycled clothes. And I was a little nervous because I didn't want to see all the mistakes I'd made over the years, because I knew the things that were wrong, But it was really interesting because we just employees, brought our things back, and then we started reselling them, and the customers were buying them as if they were new. We just cleaned them and put them back on the racks, and they almost didn't know the difference, and that was really interesting to me. We could sell them at much less, and so then the customers started saying, "Oh, I have a lot of your clothes. Can I bring them back?" And so we started the program in 2009, opened it to our customers, and we've been doing it ever since. I mean, the interesting and sad part is today we're really proud of the fact that we just moved from 3 to 4% of clothes that we take back. So it's not very much, but my hope is that what a lot of our customers say is that I'm not returning your clothes. I keep them. I wear them. My daughter wants them. So I'm holding out hope that that's the reason that they're not throwing them away, or bringing them back.
I want you guys to be able to ask questions. I don't know, do we have a microphone out there? If we don't, could somebody make sure we get a microphone ready in the audience? You have a new CEO. You've just stopped being CEO, which is a term you never liked anyway. Within the last 2 weeks, you've stopped being CEO.
Yeah.
Your new CEO was head of operations at Patagonia.
Yeah.
So comes right out of this company that has just made this extraordinary transition that's historic and inspiring many in business.
Right.
Talk about how you look at what Patagonia and how do you say his name again? Chouinard?
Chenard.
Chenard, thank you.
Chenard.
What he has done is amazing and admirable. Talk about it from your perspective.
Yeah. It's admirable. Honestly, from my perspective, for 20 years or more, I've been thinking about my succession plan and what do I do with this company when I pass on. I don't like to think about it, but I started talking to my daughter the other day, and she burst out in tears when I started talking about, I don't want to think about you dead, Mom. I'm like, okay. Well, we have to think about it because we have an opportunity to think about what's possible. But people have questioned, but people mostly think this is a really good thing that he's doing, and I say this is a good thing. And I think, well, when you die, there's a huge estate tax, and so that's another thing. But the point is to keep the company going. I think is a good thing because in the midst of the work itself, you can make change, like what I'm talking about, regenerative agriculture, or cleaner dye process, closed loop technology to actually clean the water as we go. There's a lot of wonderful opportunities to make change right in the midst of the work when we have the power of our brands behind us and the power of our buying power to work with sourcing opportunities and make change there. So keeping Patagonia alive in the transition is I think a good thing, and helping the climate, and I think there's that whole thing about wealth and what do we do with our wealth, and there's just a lot of interesting conversation happening about giving our wealth away in our lifetime. What about our children? How do we? I don't know. I'm just wrestling with all of it, and I think it's great. It's an interesting model, and I think accumulating lots of wealth is, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. It's never what motivated me, though I actually have been turned out to be quite wealthy. So I don't know what to say about that, you know.
You know, if anyone,
David, we have a
It's the
question over here.
contradiction. It's like business and sustainability. It's like we love to see our numbers go up and our business doing really well, and then we go like, oh, but shouldn't we be doing less? And you know, degrowth, and so we're wrestling with how to do it. And
when you have a foundation, but
Sorry,
I think it's,
another
and there's a
question.
lot, we could talk about that, but I think we won't really have time for that. But this idea that the conduct of the business itself
That I love.
becomes contributory to societal health and sustainability is
Right.
so beautiful. And
Right.
it's not like you're the only person who thinks that way. Obviously, we have the Patagonia example and plenty of good things happening in many, many companies.
Right.
But the degree of the shift that we still need toward that mindset is
Yeah.
a little bit scary.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about your big picture of where you see us headed as a capitalist society and the intersection between business and society.
Whoa, that's big. Maybe I would just say that I feel some hope. You know,
You do.
I feel that systems trying to change. Like what gives me hope are things like the ESGs. You know, and people want to impact investing. People want to, you know, put money into companies that are trying to do the right thing. And it gives me hope that the system is changing. We're a B Corp. Someone else I saw was a B Corp here. I think it's a great business model because it forces you to measure your impacts and to keep moving forward on your path and measure things beyond just profitability. And, you know, how do we impact the environment and what are the social impacts? And
Yeah, measurement of other things beyond profitability is a great point. Who has a question for Eileen? We do have a mic.
Okay, I promised one over here.
You got
so
one?
let me-
Okay, go for it.
no hard questions,
Running
only
quickly.
softball questions.
Identify yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Cameron. I'm with IBM. Eileen, you mentioned that, you know, for these organizations, 83% of the product goes to waste. And it seems as of late that there's this huge resale market popping up where you have companies like The RealReal and Poshmark really taking the residual value of sold products. So curious from your perspective, why aren't these bigger brands kind of tapping more into that resale market or partnering? Is it brand image? Is it cost? Just curious your perspective.
Good question.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. I don't do it because we have our own program, but I think it's good. I think what they're trying to do is good, and I think buying used clothing and renting and all those models are really interesting. I think the rental model doesn't work for us because, well, we like to believe people buy our clothes, they love our clothes, they want to keep our clothes and wear them every day. So rather than renting, you know, but yeah, why don't people do that? I don't know. I wish they would do more of what we do also, like really taking the clothes back and, you know, finding out what's so great. You find out what's wrong, and then you change the design up front, and you know, then you take the things that you can't sell and figure out how to remake them and do other things with them. It creates, I don't know, there's so much opportunity. I don't know. I think it's time consuming to figure it out. Maybe there's more profit just in straight out, you know, selling as much as you can, you know. Yeah, it's more profitable probably. That's probably the answer. I had to go around in circles to get there. But.
What do you think is the hardest thing about being a sustainable business?
Yeah, I think I kind of maybe said that when I was talking about the struggle between growth and sustainability.
Right.
You know, and so like making sure that we grow in really good and healthy ways and not just like at one point, this was maybe a year before COVID, I started to realize that we were kind of going off track. Too many of the clothes we were making, we were kind of too broad, too many fabrics, a little too far out there, you know, and we'd grown so much and we were pleasing customers and the department stores and so on. And, I think just coming back for us to simplicity, and I think running a business that's sustainable means, really looking at all those things and balancing how we grow and making sure we grow in good and healthy ways. So it's hard because we look at the numbers every week and go like, we were up 10%, we were up 20%, and we're really excited about that. And then it's like, oh, but during COVID, the environmental impact went down. So, Anyway, it's a balancing act, and it's keep looking for the opportunities and the positives and the way to draw down carbon and do things better. And then it's okay to sell them as long as they're doing good.
Given all the things you've learned running a huge company that grew, that had impact, that had satisfied customers, and now that really is consciously trying to be a climate positive company, what would you say is one or more things that other companies could learn from what you've in the past called your prototype?
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that, we try to model a company that, in the core work itself is meaningful and is good for the environment, like timeless design that lasts. The product itself that you're making is a really good and meaningful thing, instead of like, I don't mean to put down fast fashion because I'm just not going to say it, so I didn't say it. But, to start by the core work itself is good and meaningful. I think that's an important part of the prototype. I think it's not okay to make products that are bad for the environment and then try to do good things or give money to charity. It's got to be integrated. That's what interests me. And so how we do it, both internally, how the people work together, the products we care about, just nurturing the culture and diversity in the culture and, all of those parts. We're a B Corp, we're an ESOP. I'm very proud of 40% of the company's owned by the employees. I actually think that's a good part of the prototype. I think that employees, that would help with the wealth disparity if more employees owned parts of companies. That's another piece of it. B Corp, yeah.
Well, you are a systems thinker, and that is very inspiring.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we have a session on systems thinking coming up.
That's fantastic.
And I thank you tremendously for being here with us. You've been really a wonderful proponent of doing things the right way. So thank you.
Okay, well, thanks, David.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, that could go on a lot longer, but it's not going to. So I'm bringing out my colleague, Eva. Where's Eva? Introduce yourself and your guest.
Hi, my name is Eva Kraus. I am Associate Editor at Worth, and today I'm going to be talking to Jessica Iklasoy, who is the CEO and founder of California Baby. Thank you so much for joining us, Jessica.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Awesome. So I'm going to let you tell us a little bit about California Baby. I think that this is such an amazing brand, an amazing company. You started it a long time ago and have kind of been at the forefront of this move toward natural skincare. And I was wondering if you could tell us what gap in the market was the company originally designed to fill, and how has that mission changed over time?
Yeah, well, so California Baby is 26 years old, and I did not intend to start a business, actually. I wasn't filling a gap. There was no white space that I saw. I was trying to solve a problem. So I was a new mom, and I happened to pick up a chemical dictionary at the library, as one does, and started looking up the ingredients of my baby shampoo, and I compared the conventional and the natural shampoo and found that they were identical. And many of the ingredients were listed as carcinogens or potential carcinogens. And I was very alarmed because I was trying to live a natural lifestyle. I was in California, and this is when organic was in its infancy. And I would talk to people about it, and they really didn't seem to care. but I cared, and so it became a passion project for me. It was 3 years of research and development. I don't have a degree in chemistry. I had no background. I just had like curiosity, and I made the product in my kitchen on my stove.
Amazing.
The calming shampoo and body wash. And then I walked into Whole Foods, my local Whole Foods, and I said, you need to be carrying this product because it's much better than that. And I explained why. And then I was in business.
That is absolutely incredible. And it actually brings me to my next question, what you said about how there was no difference between the conventional and the natural products. You have been very vocal about the need for legislation that defines what it means to sell a natural skincare product.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about that and what that mission means for transparency?
Right, and that was from the very beginning, because I was just being alarmed at that a product could be marketed as natural. I was paying a premium for it, and it was no different than the conventional product there. And so that's part of California's DNA from the beginning. And over time, I've been to DC multiple times talking to congressmen, senators, working with environmental groups and other businesses to try to really define what is natural. Because, the word natural, what does it mean? Do you know what it means? I don't think anybody knows what it means. Does clean beauty, does anybody know what clean beauty means? I don't know what it means. There's no real definition. I know what organic means, because organic is a federal, law, and there's real penalties, and there's a, definition of it. So I wanted to create a natural standard that mimicked the organic standard. And everything takes time. It just, unfortunately, I did go to DC, and it was pretty dispiriting, because you think you've got this legislation and then it starts getting watered down, and the very people who say they want it and are marketing that they are advocating for it are the very people or companies that are watering it down. So, it's a fight, and it's a long-term fight, but it's one that I'm willing to continue to advocate for.
How would you suggest that the conscious consumer can help add their voice to that fight, to have those words that are so often bandied about in relation to the products that we're buying actually certified, so that we're all on the same page about what those words mean: natural, organic, sustainable?
Right. Yes.
So we know what we're buying, and we know what the company is held responsible for if they're going to put that word on their label.
Yeah, and it's very hard to know what you're buying. I would say in the beginning, the consumer shouldn't have to be a chemist to know that they're buying a safe product. Well, number one, I would say, as consumers, you may be surprised to know that our legislators actually do want to hear from us. So a quick email, a quick phone call, it sounds like it's not impactful, but it really is. So when I go down there as a business, having consumers, chime in is very helpful. I always say, and it's still very hard. I think the first step is to create a definition of what is natural, what is, organic. California Baby, we actually have been R&D'ing plant-based products. So we independently lab test our products. There is a test.
You independently grow a lot of your products as well.
And we independently grow a lot of our products because we couldn't source them. I spent a lot of years, banging on doors with my suppliers and saying, can you please make, a plant-based preservative? And they just weren't interested. And I'm talking about big companies like the Dow Chemicals of the world. And I remember talking to them at a trade show one time, and they're like, oh no, that's too expensive. I'm like, really, how much do you think that would cost? They're like, at least $1 million. I'm like, that's too much money for you to make a plant preservative. And so I have found that, and California Baby's in a unique position because we actually manufacture our own products. We have an FDA registered facility in Los Angeles, and it's certified organic as well. So I kind of had this aha moment, and I was like, I'm just going to have to make it myself. So I R&D'd a plant preservative. So California Baby really is the only company that can claim 100% natural, plant-based, and we back it up with testing. So
Yes.
we send it to an independent lab, and they do a carbon-14 test. So what carbon-14 does is it tests for plant carbon and petroleum carbon, and it gives you a percentage. So it's really easy. And then they send the results to the USDA, because there's an actual bio-based program, and they certify it. So this is basically, and I would challenge a lot of companies to do it. I don't think they would do it because they're still hiding behind the greenwashing of being able to say, they're natural, they're this, they're organic, or they're 99%. Well, that 1% is the hard part, you know? So whenever I hear that, I go, I roll my eyes. I do the big eye roll.
Absolutely, and why is that? What would your advice be to business leaders who are looking to implement more sustainable practices and processes into their business model? What can they do, and what does it take on a personal level to make those hard decisions?
Well, I would say number one, don't be afraid. I think sometimes companies are afraid if they expose themselves because they truly don't even know. You know, the supply chain, and this is what we do at California Baby, is we really drill down into our supply chain. So we know where the product's coming from. We independently test the material. So I think they don't know, and there's lots of contaminants in ingredients. I'm talking about skincare specifically. So it's scary, you know, it's scary to actually know what's in your product, but step one is you've got to know what's in your product in order to make improvement. And then you have to make those choices. You have to make those hard choices of being able to choose an ingredient that might be more expensive. It's definitely going to be more expensive, but you're going to have to make that choice, and you have to start somewhere.
Right. What are some investments that you have made as a business leader that you have seen have the biggest payoffs?
Well, I think consistently we maxed out our manufacturing facility with solar panels, and we offset up to 70% of our manufacturing, which is, you know, we run heavy machines, so that's pretty significant. And we also have an organic farm in Santa Barbara County, and you know, we don't even pay electricity bills there. So there's an upfront cost, but then over time it pays back. And also, you know, there are subsidies. You know, we get a federal tax credit for that, and some utilities rebate it. So I think that's...
So there are support systems in place to start taking these steps.
Absolutely. Yes.
Awesome. How do you reply to the sentiment in the business community that it's too expensive to be sustainable? What would you say to those business leaders who are kind of pushing that off?
Well, I think it's a cop-out. I think it's an easy way out to say it's too expensive. And look, if you're building a company that is built to last, you have to do, you know, you do the work up front, and it will pay off in the end. So, you know, if you're going from quarter to quarter to quarter, yeah, it's too expensive. But if you really are building a good, solid company, and also, the other message is that until we all are buying sustainably as companies, the prices aren't going to go down. So, you know, make that, and it can be very simple. It could just be recycled paper, recycled plastic, you know, just make those sustainable choices, and then the prices will start to come down over time. But we have to start somewhere.
Right, and as everybody gets more on board, it will become easier for everybody to get involved.
Yeah, exactly. Then, you know, as a collective, we're more powerful than just, you know, me as one company doing my thing or another company doing their thing. And that's how we can make change.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we're all out of time. Jessica, it was so great to have you here.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome back to the stage David Kirkpatrick. Here we go.
He wants to take your picture quickly.
Oh, my God. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dan, for helping to rearrange the furniture. Do you want me to? I'll take these things off. Well, you know, one of the things a friend of mine was saying at the break was how interesting it is how many young people are on this stage, younger people. And in reality, that is one of the things that I think can give us baby boomers hope. There really is incredible energy in the younger generation. I'm very moved by that. Speaking of moving, can I help you? Weren't you supposed to have help out here? There we go. And this next session really is a logical and natural follow-on to Eileen's session. As she mentioned, systems thinking, it actually is intrinsic to her. I think that was what was most striking to me listening to her. She is an intuitive systems thinker. So the next session is on how we can use systems thinking at the more macro level to really disrupt climate change. Are we ready with the furniture? Not exactly. Okay. Maybe move this a little further down. You got it? My good friend and really kind of a role model, Vijay Vatheeswaran, who is the environment and energy correspondent at The Economist, is going to moderate this next session. So Vijay, please come out and bring your panel and then tell us what you're going to do. We want to hear about systems thinking. Thank you.
Great. Hello, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. It's great to be back on the Techonomy stage as I welcome my sparky panel out. Please. And we believe in disrupting things. That's why we had the furniture turned upside down before we came out. Because we've heard already from a number of sharp thinkers. That's one of the great things about Techonomy, the people in the audience and the people on stage with the provocations. But it's my job as your immoderate moderator to take us to the next level, put the pieces together on this session on systems thinking. I'm delighted to introduce from my far right, your left, Scott Corwin of Deloitte, Jules Korstenhorst of RMI, and Bridget Fawcett of Citi. Give them a nice round of applause to get us going. So we all know about stovepipes, about silos, about a lot of the reasons why different parts of the energy and climate universe don't understand each other. People tend to keep doing what they used to do, even if it's not such a great idea. And so how do we fight this? How do we think beyond the remit of our particular company or industry, maybe even our broader country and geography, to think in a systemic way about the problems? I've grappled with this for a very long time. I've thought about energy and written some books about this since really 2 decades ago. And one of the most interesting thinkers I run across on this is Scott Corwin. And you've done some great analytical work on this. And so help us out. Tell us what you mean, because there is different meanings for systems thinking. From your perspective as it relates to climate change, what do you mean by systems thinking, and what do you want us to see more of?
Yeah, so Vijay, thank you very much. It's great to be with you again, and to be with our good friends Bridget and Jules, and with the Techonomy team. So the way that we got to systems thinking, and this morning there have been several references to essentially the magnitude and pace of change that's needed to combat climate change to achieve the targets of the Paris Accord. We know precisely what the sources of greenhouse gas emissions are, where they come from. We even know, and our good friends Anjali and Ryan and the work that they've done on speed and scale, we actually know what needs to be done to get us to a net zero by 2050 future. Inside the energy system, about the move to renewables, the building of transmission lines and storage, and eventually the emergence of hydrogen. A similar story in transportation and mobility, the move to electric vehicles, potentially hydrogen for long-haul trucking, ocean cargo, and aviation. And in cities like New York, with all this gridlock, maybe we could have a seamless integrated mobility system that operates cleanly and efficiently. As a longtime New Yorker, I'd like that. Food, we had really good discussions on the things that need to be done on food and industrials. The role of banks, like the work that Bridget's doing, is how do you help large corporates in high abating sectors to capitalize the investment to make the transformation. In government, we have finally seen in the last few weeks the sort of core foundations of an industrial policy that this country has not had, and it's certainly a big step in the right direction. And then last but not least are the tech players who can create visibility in terms of where we are, transparency and traceability. The challenge we have is that all these corporates have made these commitments. Anjali did a really nice, I like her statistic, that 50% of companies have made a statement about their net zero pledges, but only 2% globally actually have a plan that could get them there. So all of that stuff is well intended and it's laudable, but it's not going to get us there. Similarly with nations, right? They've set these targets, but they don't have plans. So when you step back against, the sheer magnitude and the pace of the transformation needed, we've come to a view that we need to run a nonlinear, disruptive, sort of massive transformation of these systems. And we have to sort of change the trajectory of the natural organic markets like renewable energy. It's taken us 30 years to have solar and wind become economically viable. Well, we don't have 30 years anymore. So the question is, how do you actually work inside each of these systems to make that transformation occur? And really, the point that we're making on the whole systems theory is not the what, but it's now how. How do we actually make this transformation? How do we take these different players and get them to work together? How do we help inform leading companies and every organization on here is the potential pathways of where this is going, and this is what it means for you in terms of value creation, what it means in terms of sustainable processes, the business model transformation. So we're really focused on how do you sort of affect this transformation. And backstage, you asked me the question, is it about speed or is it about scale? And you argued that we need to figure out how to get speed. And I would agree with that.
I would put the question even more sharply.
Of course you will.
The elegance of systems thinking, I think, is once it's explained or when we all think about it, it makes perfect sense. You've got to think about how the pieces join up together, right? And so I think not many people would push back on that. On the other hand, if you need to get everybody working on this, you're going to it's like herding cats. It becomes more complicated and it just takes more effort. It could take more time. And also, there might be reasons why some people don't want to be herded. Self-interest, short-term, maybe just the fiduciary duties of companies to their shareholders, perfectly legitimate things within the structure of capitalism as it stands, or it could be worse, right? Of course, defending the indefensible, milking assets that are about to become stranded, that sort of thing. So there could be reasons why the systems thinking approach might actually gum us up rather than actually, at least in the short term, and therefore there may be a tension between scale and speed.
But systems thinking and systems modeling, when done right, is actually looking for leverage points in the system that can transform it. What are the tipping points that can make a difference? So, that's what we have to focus on. And by the way, you would expect sort of a normal distribution. There will be early innovators, early adopters that will see the value of doing this, and they're already out there. So the whole idea of what we want to do in the systems initiative is to get those early adopters to help sort of set the path. You're absolutely right that in certain hard-to-abate sectors, we did a study with the chemicals industry here in the United States, and of the top 100 chemical companies, they certainly want to reduce the energy intensity of their production process. But none of them really want to get out in front of their competitors because it's disadvantageous to their income statement and their balance sheet.
There's a first mover disadvantage in that case.
So the question is, how do you help move them collectively?
Right. Okay.
And I do think that there are infinite sets of possibilities around.
Bridget, you want to jump?
I was just going to say, I think, Scott, to your point, we've seen systems thinking executed recently, right, with COVID, and how all of the different players around the world, governments, corporates, NGOs, came together to solve a common enemy, which was COVID. And I think with climate, we actually, Vijay, to your point around how do you get the pieces together, where's the common interest, I think we have a common enemy, which is climate change. So the one thing we all share, whether you're a government, whether you're a corporate, whether you're an NGO, whether you're a human citizen on this global planet, is we have a common enemy, which is climate change, and there's an existential threat around that. So I think that is a motivating factor for different parties to think differently at scale. Are we moving fast enough? We can get into the whole speed discussion. But I think it really does, system thinking requires a common narrative. And it therefore then has to be embedded, that narrative, those goals, for different players. And I I think the first time we're really seeing it around climate was coming out of COP26. And Jules, I was struck by your comment when we were in Glasgow that you've been to maybe every COP. I know you're
no,
young.
not
You're
everyone, not everyone,
you're a
but
young gent,
many of them.
Many of them. And you had remarked that this was the first time you saw all of the systems, the actors, convening to solve a global problem, notwithstanding that everyone's trying to operate within their own silos. And that prior to this COP26, it was really largely government NGO-led. So I think the good news or that I see is that you now have a common narrative, you have a common enemy, you have the folks, broadly speaking, in government, in the corporate sector and NGOs, individuals, regulators, starting to watch the same movie. And I think that really does drive a tipping point change.
Sure, jump in. I agree with you, Bridget. The common narrative is a fundamental requirement for us to take the next step. But it's not enough. Yeah. We then need to work together. Radical collaboration is going to be necessary in a way that we've rarely done in the global economy. We saw it a little bit around vaccines. Yeah. We've seen it with Gavi around vaccines. But we're going to need to do this in steel and in petrochemicals and in shipping and in aviation. And we need to bring together technology providers. We need to bring together the industry participants, their fuel suppliers, regulators, and financiers. And finally, we need to mobilize demand. We need to bring the customers in. And only if we bring all of those stakeholders together can we shift markets at the speed and scale that is necessary. Just one example. Who here in the room would pay $100 extra for their next automobile if that was as a result of that, a car without embedded carbon in their steel? Pretty much everyone, right? So that's convenient, except that your price signal does not land at the desk of ArcelorMittal or Tata Steel or BioSteel, who is trying to sell steel at the lowest price in the market because that's the only way they convince Volvo or GM or you name it. So stitching the value chains together and radically collaborating across value chains is going to be critically important. With a lot of money at stake now from the IRA, the new Inflation Reduction Act, which really is a climate change law here in the United States, maybe the incentives, the amount of money on the table is good enough to get people around the table.
Sure. Let me press on that point a little bit. You made a good gave a good example with steel as if it's not really a market failure, but clearly something is failing, right? Yeah. That is the climate objective is not being achieved. That could be at relatively low cost given this self-selected group of climate innovationistas. You guys are willing to pay $100, but objectively speaking, it's not that much relative to the price of a new car. So we could be doing better on this. So that's a fair point. But you said all these people have to come together, these different actors. Who organizes them? What is the organizing principle? Is it government, in which case we've already heard what used to be a dirty term before, industrial policy mentioned today. You put it on the table. Doesn't have a great history from Europe in the 70s and so on, but it's back in a big way. What do you do to make sure that the conveners are honest brokers and that Hayek isn't turning over in his grave about, the best way to organize all of these different signals is in fact the marketplace because the alternatives are generally worse.
Yes. I do want Hayek to turn over in his grave, being an economist by training, because I think what we are arguing is that we do need industrial policy, and then we need market participants to collaborate in a way that we could not have imagined before. And you're right, we got this wrong in the 70s, lots of reasons for that. We largely tried to back companies that were already failing. But here's the good thing. We're talking about backing the technologies, the solutions, the energy technologies that are hands down going to dominate this century. We're no longer talking about industrial policy to save oil or coal. We're talking about industrial policy to make the future happen. So that's helpful. And yes, the IRA, the supply of endless abundance of capital from the US government will help that industrial policy, but it's not enough. So in the case of these hard-to-abate sectors, we at RMI have been part of a collective effort called Mission Possible Partnership, run by a number of civil society organizations, but explicitly bringing in financial institutions like Citi, consultants and advisors like Deloitte, but also very importantly, the industry participants themselves, their suppliers, their technology providers, and their customers. This is hard work, because in the beginning, there's a little bit of like, why should we talk to you guys? But I think there's an emergent realization that no company can do this on their own, and that actually working together can significantly accelerate the change. And yeah, we have to overcome antitrust issues and competitiveness issues, but we can.
Yeah, there's another part to this story, which I think we need to hone in on. One is, there are technologies that exist today. We are not waiting for breakthroughs that actually would decarbonize some of these sectors. So one example, not a great example, but it's an important example, is like sustainable aviation fuel. Mm-hmm. It can be used in existing jets today. It reduces the carbon impact by roughly 50%, but it costs 4 to 5x what a gallon of jet fuel one costs. There isn't enough production supply. And we have all of these kind of chicken and egg problems where you essentially have a supply side that can see the vibrations of the market, but aren't really willing yet to go whole hog in, to put the capital in to help create that. And on the demand side, you have players like us that desperately need to have that reduction in our aviation footprint. They're willing to pay some of a premium. We're not willing probably to pay 5 times forever and ever and ever. And so how do you now essentially tip a market that does not need a technological breakthrough faster? And there are scores of those things that exist, and you can bring the supply side together to actually go affect that.
So if I could bring that concept of sort of tipping systems and bridging that gap, rather than inventing, say, nuclear fusion plants at scale that, you know, we're not talking about inventing the new, but stuff that might be ready to go or close to it, but needs scale, needs buying down on the cost. And I want to talk to you about finance, because I know you're involved with GFANZ, Net Zero Alliance, a few of these sort of coalition attempts. Can you give us a sense of how the systems thinking approach is working in finance from what you're seeing?
Sure. I mean, I think finance is actually a great example of executing a systems change. Certainly, financial service sector is an enabler for corporates and governments to execute the change they need, but we're also going through a transition ourselves. I mean, we have committed at Citi to be a net zero bank. We've joined GFANZ. We helped found the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is a critical component of GFANZ, with very specific targets and very transparent metrics to our broad stakeholders.
Can you tell us what those groups do for people that don't know what
so it's really, GFANZ is the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero. It's really a financial services coalition formed really last year on the run-up to COP26. And there is a commitment of every member. There's now 500 strong globally, kind of with it controlling about 130 trillion of assets, to be net zero, to have a very specific transition plan, very specific near and long-term targets around capital deployment. And so for Citi as a bank, as an example, we have very specific energy and power and other hard-to-abate sector lending portfolio requirements. And if you've read the Task Force on Climate-Related Disclosure, or the report we put out earlier this year, we actually outlined very specifically what our lending practices are for the energy and power portfolios, what our specific GHG emissions baseline is from 2020, what we expect it to be in 2030, and how do we get to that goal. And so I think what we're finding, and just as a level set, GFANZ bank members probably control and deploy about 70% of bank financing globally. So it's a pretty powerful contingent to be, if we can really align that capital to low carbon business models, that is a tipping point shift than anything historical. to put into context, GFANZ, as I mentioned, just started, right? Just really was formed at the end of last year. And so really it's now about operationalizing. How do you operationalize these commitments by the banks? And that's something that Citi is working on very hard to do. As I mentioned, we've already set out our goals and operationalizing our energy and power portfolios. We will then move on to other specific sectors. And so all members will report progress around these goals and have to really produce a report card every year around how we're deploying capital to low carbon. So I think that this really requires different risk processes. It requires different internal review processes. It requires a different engagement with our corporate clients and our public sector clients. It really requires folks to have a transition plan. So Scott, your reference earlier, around 2% of companies have a transition plan. With the massive amount of capital that the financial services now needs to deploy to low carbon business models, those transition plans will accelerate by definition, because we will be asking every one of our clients, what is your transition plan? What is your pathway? What are your metrics? What are your capital expenditure requirements? How are you allocating those to achieve a net zero or low carbon business model? So I think the financial service sector can really play a very differentiated, disruptive role than it ever has historically, in part because of this consortium systems thinking effort with the development of GFANZ.
Let me ask you a question about this. Within the context of the developed world, especially in parts of the world like Europe, where the regulatory tailwind is strong to move in this direction, where even central banks are doing stress tests on climate, and so this is sort of broadly societally accepted, even in terms of regulation and expectations of investors. I can see what you're doing could have great success. But I spent this morning.
Wait, did you really say that?
I do.
Oh my God.
I do. However, there's always a kicker, and that is, the problem isn't in Europe. Yeah. Europe's already very low emissions, as it were, and it's a rich part of the world, and they're ready to pay more for green hydrogen. The problem is in India and China and Indonesia and in the developing world, in Africa, which is just on the beginning of its demographic dividend and likely to build lots of fossil plants unless the curve is bent in a different direction. And I spent this morning in a sort of off-the-record session, but lots of people from the financial world and development banks, as well as international financial community and policymakers were there saying, how do we bridge the gap for financing of clean energy and sustainable technologies in the developing world? Because that's where the big bulge of carbon could come from unless we help overcome currency risk, country risk, project risk. And so a whole litany of problems were listed. And people were saying, well, we should have more philanthropic money, or how about some sustainable kind of blended finance? We need to scale that up. And I heard a number of ideas. These are the people in the room were at institutions that could solve this problem. I'm not naming who was or wasn't there, but say development banks typically have AAA rating that they have to adhere to. So meaning they can't take that extra risk that's needed to cover developing country projects. And so how do we deal with the elephant in the room, which tends to be the developing countries' greenhouse gas profile, as they have the right to grow? What can the financial systems thinking you're talking about, unless you move off the dime on returns for shareholders or taking greater risk, which is linked to that returns? I mean, that's the nub of it,
I think the returns challenge is, of course, a real one. It may be a different one in today's market, right? When we think about the cost of financing, the access and cost of capital to do these things, we may be thinking differently. I think we believe very strongly that the developing markets should be allowed to grow. They do need energy, and they have longer leeway than the developed markets, for sure. And that's how we think about capital deployment in that paradigm. There does need to be more innovation. I think we're seeing pockets of it for certain countries. But I think and Jules can comment on this as well. I think what we're seeing out of India, what we're seeing out of China, what we're seeing about the developing countries is really a spark of innovation that may surprise some of us sitting in the U.S. I think, yes, they have longer net zero commitments, whether it's 2060 or 2070, but if we think about the solar and wind investment China alone is doing, it far outpaces any other country. If we look at India and how India is positioning to be a global transition champion, again, the plans are really pretty incredible, all that need to be financed. But a lot of the financing also is for new innovative technologies. So there's a bit of a win-win around the amount of capital that the banks are looking to deploy towards low carbon solutions and the low carbon solution technologies that are coming out of these countries. So I think it's not just about the old way of financing old businesses, but also thinking and scaling around the new innovations and how we perhaps think about that financing element.
Jules, I know you want to come in on this, but I want to give the audience notice. I'm going to come for a couple of questions. Think about good, short and sharp questions. I'll come to you in just a moment, but let's hear your thoughts, Jules.
Yeah, the economics of the energy transition are now so overwhelming all around the world that we really should not be thinking about this as something we're going to do in the developed world, and then one day maybe we can convince developing countries about it. In fact, we've recently analyzed the economics of power generation in one of the countries that is negotiating with the G7 on retiring their coal fleet. This is called the JETP program, Just Energy Transition Partnership, where developed countries help developing countries retire coal. First country was South Africa. We're advising one of the other governments, and it is crystal clear. In this country, not only can we build new wind and solar much more cost effectively than new coal, we can in fact shut down existing coal plants in this country, and this is a coal mining country. We can shut down existing coal plants, replace them with new wind and solar, and have a net present value that is positive, reduce rates, make the country better off. So this movement is happening all around the world. What we now need is the innovative finance that Bridget was just talking about, because in this specific country, it has a limited amount of ability to borrow. It has a limited capacity on its balance sheet to make the financing work for this transition. But I believe that it's going to happen much faster. And that will further accelerate reduction in cost in wind and solar. It will further accelerate the transition. We are seeing systems feedback loops kicking in.
Okay, on that, I'm going to go to the audience. Just a couple of ground rules. Name and affiliation, please, and make it a question. Nobody likes a long-winded gas bag, so.
Okay. I'm Bill Chapman from the Conservative Climate Activists, and Jules was talking about people would be willing to pay more for have the steel in their car be produced in a low-carbon way.
Yeah.
But the signal doesn't make it to the market. What do you think of the carbon fee and dividend plan that is supported by Citizens Climate Lobby and is in Congress?
Okay, specific question?
Yeah, look, the idea behind a cap and dividends policy was a good idea if, and only if, we could get a single member of the GOP in Congress to support it. You guys have done an amazing effort to push this idea, but the only people you've been able to convince is retired GOP members. So realistically, it ain't gonna happen. The good news is, we've just passed the largest industrial policy and climate act in the world. Yes, it's 369 billion, but there is a further 250 billion in there for retirement of existing fossil fuel assets. This is massively going to accelerate the change. And I think, to be honest with you, for a cap and trade bill of any form in the United States, the train has left the station.
Yeah, I think it was year 2000, I wrote my first op-ed arguing for a revenue-neutral carbon tax, not so different from this idea. I got pilloried from the left and the right. Did that for a number of years on the pages of The Economist and other journals, including the Wall Street Journal. And I've come to a view over the years, with the arrows in my back, that not to let the ideal be the enemy of the good. We need to have progress.
Can I make one more point, Vijay? Because the one carbon tax that we have seen come out very effectively is the Putin carbon tax. The horrendous war that he is perpetrating on Ukraine is resulting in a global shift of priorities. The realization that energy security and low carbon solutions go hand in hand. And so I would say that is maybe a very small silver lining in the suffering in Ukraine.
Great. I mean, it must be said, Europe, Canada, they have succeeded with carbon policies, but we're talking in the American context. A quick question, sir. We just have a minute and a half.
Yeah, Rob Cope with U.S. Steel. I'm not going to steal Rich Fruhoff's session this afternoon, but I'm really anxious, or I'm sure you're all anxious to hear his low carbon steel.
Should we give you the $100 or?
But my question, Scott, you'd mentioned that nobody wants to get out ahead of their competitors and be the one that spends more money to get all of that, new technology, green solution out there. Aren't we in a different spot today? I mean, maybe 5 years ago I would agree with that, but don't you feel like we're in a different place today?
I think it varies definitely by sector, and it's not, maybe that's too blanket a statement the way I stated that. I do think that I want to come back to Vijay's question about what are going to be the incentives or inducements or the nudges for legacy incumbents to transform. Clearly, as we begin to find different forms of pricing carbon, as we have consumers demanding that we move to lower carbon futures, the regulatory authorities and disclosure authorities, what's happening to the banks from the SEC rulings, there's a whole series of forces that are coming at play that essentially are, whether it's direct or indirect, putting an implicit price on carbon. And the hard truth is that we've had a negative externality on carbon that we've never actually paid for. And now the chickens have come home to roost, and it is time to essentially take those pools of capital and redeploy them. And one last point that is really important. Deloitte did a global turning point series where we looked at this transformation to clean energy and what it would do. And the story is, region by region, market by market, that in a period of 20, 25 years, we will be so net positive in terms of the economic growth we're creating. And we're really talking about the industries of the future and the value creation opportunities. So the legacy incumbents that don't want to transform maybe can go on for a while, but at some point they're going to be left behind in this transformation.
Great. On that note, I'm going to bring us to a close. We're out of time. Great session. I want to end on an Indian proverb which relates to systems thinking. That is, one hand alone cannot clap. And so in that spirit, please put your hands together to thank our system thinkers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you everyone for a great morning. We're going to break now for lunch. We're going to be back in here at 1:10, so lunch will be served in here as well in the barrel room. Enjoy the beautiful weather, and we'll see you back here at 1:10.
door. The Cartlet door. The Cartlet door. I'm serious. He's dope. He's like an image of a glass man. You can't really see him. So we gonna roll with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our program in just a few minutes, so please make your way back into the main space. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our program in just a few minutes, so please make your way back into the main space. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will resume our program very shortly, so please make your way back to the main space. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. We're going to get all those people out there to hopefully join us. But on stage, I'm going to welcome Michael Dorf. This is, as I say, his home. Michael is the founder and CEO of City Winery. So please give Michael a big round of applause for hosting us. And Michael, for those, I've been speaking to people all day. Many of them didn't even know what City Winery was. Give us a little, background. 16 locations now?
12 with 5 in development.
Close, yeah.
Well, let me first thank you for having me. I knew that the discount we were going to give you on the rental might get me on the stage, so I really do appreciate that, and been very humbled to listen to these large companies creating such great, climate change work. I'm very humbled to be here.
Great. No, and I think what you're doing here, and again, I think we want to go into getting to understand how sustainability is part of the core DNA of what you're building. But again, for those who don't know, music industry, venue veteran with the Knitting Factory here in New York for music fans. Why City Winery back in 2008?
Yeah. So I've been putting on shows for most of my adult life. I made a change in 2003, 2004 to want to do something like Voltaire and Candide going back to the garden, thought I was going to do a winery out west. And when my family wouldn't let me do that, and we wanted to stay in New York, the idea of an urban winery became a necessity. And so did the due diligence, created a bunch of relationships with vineyards, mostly out west in California and Oregon, to ship grapes to New York City. And we opened the same week Lehman Brothers crashed in 2008. So not a great time to open a gathering business, although we found out later it was even worse to move here in March of 2020. But we are essentially an urban winery where we make wine right here with grapes coming from the great terroirs around the globe, actually. And we're a music venue and event space where we get to serve the wine that we're making as well as other alcohol to people who are here. Right. And we think it gives us authenticity, and it certainly makes us different from Live Nation and the other music promoters out in the world.
So we were talking, and for those of you who've grabbed the issue of Worth magazine, there's a profile of Michael. I say you sort of are an accidental environmentalist in that it was built into the core of this business, but not necessarily initially as a sustainability effort, but more as an efficiency effort. As you thought about what this business needed to be, how to move wine, bottles, glass, a lot of the things we think about now as sustainable practices were just built into the core model, but through the lens of efficiency.
It was an accident that we started serving wine by the glass, not going into a bottle. In 2009, after the crisis, in our original model where we were going to sell barrels to bankers, $13,000, you put your name on your bottle and you can give it away as a gift. That went away very quickly in 2008, and we, on Varick Street where we opened, we had 300 French oak barrels filled with phenomenal world-class wine. And in the spring of 2009, because of cash flow freaking out, is that a technical term? I needed a way to sell the wine. And rather than go through the TTB and all of the approvals of bottling, I simply asked the winemaker, is there any way to sell this? And he told me about how some wine, like beer, can be sold on tap, going into stainless steel, using argon gas. And very quickly, that became our main wine by the glass program. When we rolled out Chicago, we started really see the barrel over there with the tap heads, and we have that as our theme. So it dressed up the idea of wine on tap, so it didn't look like beer. And now we're doing 2 million glasses of wine a year in all of our locations, and none of that ever went into a bottle. And so about 70% of the wine that we're producing never goes into a bottle. It basically is the grapes shipped locally and then made locally and sold locally. In the wine industry, the North Star is always to have direct to consumer, DTC. In our case, we're going even one step beyond and doing direct to consumer, literally right into people's bloodstreams on site, and so it's not only a very efficient way to deliver the wine, and we like to say we're kind of vessel agnostic, but financially it also works out really well because don't tell anyone, but our cost of goods on that glass of Sauvignon Blanc, is sort of like soda pop, and we charge a lot for it, and it's really good too. Right. But it's a good business, and it happens to be very environmentally friendly.
But there was a point that you went from thinking about sustainability as part of efficiency to really now embracing what it means around climate change and embedding it throughout your whole supply chain, from the vineyards all the way through the elimination of single-use plastics in your venues. What was that catalyst that changed it from thinking about efficiency to true sustainability? And how are you really building that into the future growth model of the business?
Well, we certainly know from all aspects, from employee retention. People, our staff like the fact that we are a green company. This is a water bottle reusable that says artist backstage. We just don't allow single-use plastic. Even when a fairly well-known musician says, I have to have Voltic in, we're sorry, you got to use this. And it doesn't come to blows, but we are really advocating for this, and it makes us feel good as a company. It just feels like it's the right thing to do. Are we making systematic change, like FedEx changing to electric vehicles? No, but if we can influence musicians a little bit, influence people, we're good promoters. So I would say we know we're having some impact, even if it's as simple as this backstage.
And we talked about all those various stakeholders, right, from your employees to the communities you operate in, to your customers. But you talked about sort of making that change requires, in many cases, incentives. And changing consumer behavior from thinking about buying a bottle of wine. I mean, even if we just think about the wine industry, getting people to originally probably use screw caps, and then boxed wine or canned wine, changing that perception is really difficult and incentivizing. And I know you're even going to the next step, and you have a bottle here of...
We both brought the props.
The props. I say, in addition to being an accidental environmentalist, you're the next generation milkman of reusable glass bottles. So rather than getting your milk delivery and them taking the empties, you're moving now into reusable bottles.
This is something we're really proud of. We aren't certain it's going to work. We're taking a bit of a gamble. We are opening a city winery in Grand Central Terminal November 1st. This was not meant to be a commercial. But it was our first time ever in a transit place where we're going to have tons of people going through and looking at how do we make money in this situation. And there are pizza stands that are selling millions of dollars of beer in cans in a paper bag for people to drink on their way home. And we're like, well, how are we going to sell wine and do it in an environmentally friendly way? And we didn't think people were going to open corks. We didn't want to go with cans. And so we came up with just a kind of a growler vessel. But then we realized, how do we get people to return them to us? And so we looked at them, why don't we just offer a $5 credit when they return the bottle? $5 is a lot more than 5 cents. There's not a lot of incentive with what we've been doing since the 70s. And we'll have a refillable station right there in Grand Central Terminal. So why not see if this could be a way to do it? And we think we'll certainly get, at least the lushes on the train back and forth, who might care about the planet and $5 to go with this program. And if this gets some bigger companies to look at a success story, which I hope we will, and I actually think we will, then that actually will serve a lot more than just what we're doing here.
So, to that point of really serving as a model and a role model for bigger industries and bigger companies, is there anything you've heard where you're like, wow, we could help? You talked about artists. Artists are coming through here. They have large platforms to talk, and they're demanding single-use plastics. How do you think, as we talk about the people in the room, can really have their own impact on making a difference as it pertains to sustainability? What are you seeing that's effective in what you're doing and how that's amplified at larger scale?
It's good having a blabbermouth personality, but I think you need to approach it with legitimate balance. We're not doing this to save the planet. I'm really glad that it's going to be very useful to, the 70% of glass that doesn't even get recycled. That's really an important thing. But we think that this actually will make money. That this as a ROI on a bottle, it's not much more than a regular bottle, and it creates a loyalty pattern. It creates a great brand for what we're trying to do. So there are legitimate market reasons that we think this will actually make money, not just be an investment for the planet. It's nice that that's the case. And
that idea of conscious capitalism, what we've been talking about, is that will really push this forward. It's still capitalism, right? People still need to make money to reinvest it.
We're way too small of a company to be, risking everything we have on purely a sustainable practice. Would we pick that over another? Absolutely, but it has to be rationalized as a business decision, and have some sort of ROI calculation.
One of the things I think we talked about last week was even in the vineyards, the use of irrigation, and even as we see global warming and this impacting all the regions, you're getting grapes from Spain or from France, that we're now having to see a move towards even water usage that once didn't exist in these vineyards. How are you seeing that sort of impact just the overall winemaking business?
Well, the summer heat this year is unprecedented all over the world. I was in Spain, and they're making decisions for the first time in the history of winemaking in Spain to allow for irrigation, or else they're going to lose all the vines. It's one of the things about the French word terroir is you deal with the vintage that comes to you. And if some years are hot and not a lot of moisture, well, you deal with that. 2003 was this classic vintage of being really hot in Europe, but some winemakers make great wine out of that year. And that's just the way wine has in Bordeaux and Burgundy for 1,000 years. Right now it's changing for the first time ever. And they're looking at what would be the rule. Like, you don't want to allow too much of a yield on the hectares of grapes, but what can be the rule by allowing just a little bit of water, since there doesn't seem to be any naturally coming. The harvests are all earlier. There's a real problem in wine. There's going to be a real shortage this year, and the supply has gotten harder.
Right. Well, we'll all get a chance at the end of today to taste your wine and enjoy here. Michael's book is available out if you haven't grabbed one at the reception desk. Michael, thank you so much for hosting us. And
it's my pleasure. Thank you for all being here. Really appreciate it. That was fast.
I'd like to introduce you to Katika Roy. She's a gender economist and CEO of Pipeline Equity. We don't have a ton of time, so we're going to jump right in.
Okay.
So first, for those of us who may not be as familiar, tell us what you do as a gender economist and your work at a high level.
Sure. So I look at the economy through the lens of gender. So that can be everything from the jobs report to policy issues such as the infrastructure bill would be another example.
and what the Fed is currently doing with raising interest rates and how that might negatively or positively impact not only women, but intersectional, so gender plus race and ethnicity and age.
So important.
To provide a new lens. And what I also do is run Pipeline, which is a software platform that increases the financial performance of companies through closing the intersectional gender equity lens. And what we found through a research study across 4,000 companies in 29 countries is that for every 10% increase in intersectional gender equity, there's a 1 to 2% increase in revenue.
That's significant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it's not
don't
only
leave that on the table.
Right, it's not only the right thing to do, it's actually a massive economic opportunity. So how do you take those 96% of companies that are actually committed to equity and close that 74-point gap between the 96 companies and the 22% of employees that regularly see it shared and measured using advanced technologies such as cloud computing and artificial intelligence. So really catalyzing companies toward equity.
Yeah. So a lot. You've got a lot that you're thinking about, researching all of these things. So tell us why you're a gender economist talking about climate change. What's the connection?
Yeah, so often we think about policy issues as vertical issues, right? So we think climate change and we think gender equity. I mean, you could look at the United Nations SDGs as examples. What's interesting about that is that actually you need to look at it horizontally. So if you apply the gender equity lens to climate change, you begin to see different solutions and different impacts of climate change on people. And at the end of the day, it's about effective policy making. It's what's called gender mainstreaming. So I think I mentioned to you that I had the opportunity to interview President Biden during the primaries as well as Vice President Harris. And one of the things, and President Biden gets this, I'm not a spokesperson for him by any stretch, but he understands that by applying the gender lens to every single policy issue, which our northern neighbor Canada does. This is actually part of what they do from a federal perspective. We actually get more effective and sustainable policy solutions.
And this sounds a lot like the systems thinking that we've been talking about. So maybe give us some examples of what this horizontally integrating gender equity into the climate conversations looks like.
Yeah, so for instance, if you look at both the effects and then the conversations around climate change, if we just look at the effects, women are 80% of climate refugees. So we're 50% of the world's population, but we're overrepresented by 30 points in terms of the actual impact. We also are more likely to be impacted in terms of our jobs, et cetera, when there's a disaster. And yet, if you look at conversations around climate change, we are underrepresented by almost half. So in the United States, we're 27% of Congress, but we're 25% of parliamentary bodies globally, and yet we're 50% of the population. So we have an imbalance there. And we know, for instance, that countries that have more women in elected office actually are more likely to be able to reduce carbon dioxide emissions.
Yeah, I mean, your research on this is really fascinating. I know women in government are more likely to sign international treaties, for example. Yeah. So why is that?
Well, it's two pieces. One is their lived experience, right? So if you, and a parallel example of this, which doesn't have anything to do with climate per se, is in 1992 was the first year of the woman when the United States elected the most number of women to Congress, or actually, and to the United States Senate, which for anyone who doesn't know was 6 women in the 6 in the U.S. Senate. But what the piece of legislation that was passed after that was the Family Medical and Leave Act, and that for its time was pretty, a pretty significant piece of legislation. And what that does is actually include more women and children. It improves the lives of women and children, but in particular, it increases women's labor force participation.
So would you say that's kind of the number one solution, more women in government?
It's one of the solutions.
Okay.
But the other piece of that solution is also increasing gender equity in corporations. So we know that gender equity in corporations actually begets gender equity in political spheres for two reasons. One, you have to fund your campaign, and that's a very real thing in the United States. The second piece is that we know that wealth is connected to power. So women make up only 14% of the wealthiest people in the United States, just looking at US numbers. So we have and yet we're 51% of the population. So in terms of our voice in the halls of power, whether or not we are elected officials or not, we are largely missing.
We are missing.
We are missing. The other thing that's also, I know there'll be some conversation later today about the solutions, and there's been conversations today. Girls' education is one of the top ways to combat climate change. It actually is more powerful than recycling, than nuclear power. We could actually, for every additional year that a girl gets education, it actually increases the climate resilience of that company by 3.2 points. By 3.2 points.
And that's because they're more likely to advance in the companies and in politics?
That's right. They are more likely to have a voice at the seat of the table. And so they actually can bring their lived experience to bear in terms of economic opportunity. I mean, you can look at that more generally in just what's happening in the jobs report here in the United States, right? We have 2 jobs open for every 1 person looking for a job as of the last jobs report. We have 1 million women missing from the labor force. So we could close that gap by 20% if we actually ensured that women just got back to pre-pandemic levels. That's not only good for women, that's good for everybody, right? This is not a rah-rah women's issue.
Yeah.
This is actually good for everyone.
I mean, that's something we keep hearing over and over, and it's starting to sink in with business, but not fast enough that doing the right thing also is often the most profitable thing and the smart decision. So on that note, why should business leaders care about gender equity and climate change specifically?
Yeah, so they should care about it because it impacts them, right? I mean, climate change impacts your supply chains. If there is a disaster somewhere, it's difficult. It can disrupt your supply chains. But also because if we actually want to solve for climate change, we need to ensure equity in the labor force. I mean, that is, and I'm not just talking about pay equity. Often people think when I'm talking about gender equity in the labor force, I'm talking about pay equity, which by the way went backward as of this year for almost every single demographic of women. Between 5 cents on the dollar to 11 cents on the dollar. What I'm actually talking about is equity of opportunity in the workforce. So just if you look at that, women are 58% of college graduates, 47% of the labor base, and they make up 8% of Fortune 500 CEOs. I'm talking about not ensuring that the pipeline of women leaks at the very first promotion, which is what we find, right? That on average, men are promoted at a rate of 21% greater than women.
Wow.
That gap actually doubles for black women. Men are promoted at a rate of 42% greater than black women. So we need to actually ensure equity of opportunity in the workforce, and that is actually a really key piece to combating climate change.
And maybe if you could just talk a little bit about the nuance between equity and equality in these conversations.
So that's a great question. The best way, the simplest way to explain it is that equity is about understanding that not everybody's starting line is the same. So some people may have seen a video around the inclusion walk where you say different things and you either get to take a step forward or a step back. The other piece of that is if you, David, and myself were trying to look over a fence, and none of us could do that without a box. Equality gives us all the same height boxes.
Yeah.
Equity gives the height box relative to our height and the height of the fence to ensure that we can actually see over the fence. So we need to understand, and oftentimes when we, even in public policy solutions, we have a narrative around women that is not inclusive. I'll give you one example in the United States. Women are 40% of breadwinners in households in the U.S. households with children under the age of 18. So in this sort of post-pandemic, we need childcare, we need paid leave. That's certainly part of the solution, but there are 16 million breadwinner moms in the United States who support 28 million children. They don't have a choice of whether or not to leave the labor force. And that myth perpetuates because we assume that it's the myth of secondary income. That is, women's income is just for purses and shoes. It's not for things like healthcare, housing, medical, et cetera. And so we are, and that, when you go back to women's conversations in policy solutions, that is a very important perspective for people to understand, particularly in climate conversations. So for instance, like Hurricane Katrina, 2/3 of the jobs that were lost were women's jobs. 2 years after Hurricane Katrina, 83% of single moms still could not return to their homes. Where are their voices in the climate change conversation? How are they represented in the conversations that we're having around the solutions that will actually get us to climate change? Because if they are not there, we will not stop climate. We will not stop this. We will not have sustainable and effective solutions.
I mean, hearing the statistics, it just like slaps you in the face how obvious and serious this problem is and how far behind we are. So in the last 20 seconds, what message would you give to business leaders? Like a short to convince them. It affects them, and what can they do?
I would say gender equity, and this is connected to climate change, gender equity is not just a social issue. It is a massive economic opportunity. And with advanced technology, we have the opportunity to catalyze our time toward equity. On average, our customers increase equity by 67% in the first 3 months on the platform. The average Fortune 500 company has 180,000 opportunities to move toward equity each and every year. We can do that today. We don't need to wait 5 years or 10 years. We can do that right now.
Thank you, Kautika Roy. So hopefully we are doing it today. Next, I'd like to bring up Aryadita Balakrishnan. He's a fellow at the Columbia Center for Sustainable Investment, and we'll be discussing carbon accounting.
Hi guys, thank you for being here today. We have a third panelist, Aniket Shah, who's unfortunately running a little bit late, living up to the stereotype of an investment banker working all the time. So as soon as he's here, we'll have him on. But we're lucky to have Steve Davis with us. Professor Steve Davis, until very recently, was a professor at the University of California, Irvine. He's now the head of climate science at Watershed, which is a fascinating startup, really working with companies across industries, helping them understand the carbon conundrum and make head and tails of what's going on in the carbon accounting sphere. So, Professor Davis, if you could start by talking to us a little bit about your story and what Watershed does, that'll be a great start.
Sure. Well, thanks for that introduction. So, as Arya just said, I, until very recently, was a professor of Earth System Science at UC Irvine, where I did research on climate science, been part of the National Climate Assessment, IPCC reports, that kind of thing. And then just in the last couple of months, I've taken this role as head of climate science at Watershed, which is a startup company geared at solving some of the problems that we've been learning about this morning. So bridging this gap between ambition on the part of a company and actually taking actions to reduce their emissions. So what Watershed does is to help other companies measure, report, and reduce their CO2 emissions. And we do that with a fancy package of software that can do it very quickly, as opposed to some of the sort of big consulting firms that may take a year or more and a lot more money to shepherd a company along the way. So.
And this is probably a question you get a lot, but what prompted the shift from academia into business?
You know, it's something that I've written a lot of papers over the years, and some of them have been popular, but you never really know if you're having an impact with those things, like if anyone is actually reading your research. So I kind of wanted to at least give it a try to do a tour of duty in the private sector and see if I couldn't get a little closer to the actual decision making.
Yeah, that's an important thing to be doing. Aniket, thank you for coming.
Sorry I'm late.
It's okay. We're happy to have you. You must be a little tired from running across town, but...
Running across town, the E train was down, got into a taxi, but I'm here, so apologies. Yeah.
What are you going to do? So to put you on the spot straight away, please tell us a little bit about your work at Jefferies and what you're looking at.
Sure. Good to see you, and thanks for having me, Arya. So Jefferies is a investment banking organization, and we advise investors and corporates on all types of capital markets activities. My job is to advise corporates and investors on sustainability, climate, ESG, and all of the synonyms that come from that, and all the acronyms that are part of that lingo. And that means on any given day, we are advising a large sovereign wealth fund on what the Inflation Reduction Act means for their investments in natural gas, to advising a company that we're taking public on what do they need to do if they're going to be a publicly listed company with regards to climate and ESG.
Interesting. So keeping you very busy all the time.
Yeah, exactly. It's a busy time.
So to come back to carbon accounting for a few seconds, Steve, I'd love if you could talk about, what's going on in the space. There's so many different initiatives. There's different initiatives in the US. There's a different set of initiatives in Europe. And there are of late a couple of platforms and programs trying to unify these things. But from the perspective of a company, it's still a very, very confusing space. So how is Watershed thinking about that?
Yeah, so there's a long track record of people who have done carbon accounting on some level or other, sometimes focused on a specific product, sometimes at the corporate level. And there actually has been a protocol, the greenhouse gas protocol, that's been developed to do these kinds of accountings and tells you what to put into what bucket. And that's fairly well established. What's new now is that a lot more companies are interested in actually doing this and disclosing the results of those sorts of accountings. And that's still at this point mostly voluntary in the US. In Europe, we can actually sort of see the future, which is to say that there are some requirements now in the UK already in effect, in the rest of Europe that will be in effect very shortly, where all the publicly traded companies are going to be required to report their carbon footprints. Mm-hmm. And there's SEC regulations sort of underway to make that the case in the US as well.
So there is the perception in the space that there's a lot of greenwashing and the system can be gamed to a certain extent. And there's a lot of conversation about carbon offsets versus emissions reduction versus capture and storage. What do you advocate for in terms of emissions versus offset?
Well, this is where I kind of come at it from the standpoint of someone who's studied the climate scenarios and the energy emission scenarios at the global level. And what we see in IPCC scenarios that actually reduce and avoid 1.5 degrees of warming is a lot of reductions and only some carbon removals. And usually, if you look at the scenarios produced by the models, it's about 90% of the way that it has to be reductions. Mm-hmm. And the residual 10% could be sort of these natural climate solutions or other sorts of carbon dioxide removal technologies. So I think that, depending on the sector that a company is in, that's the kind of ratio that companies ought to be thinking about, rather than just immediately going out and buying carbon credits of some sort to take up 100% of their footprint.
Got it. And Watershed, as I mentioned, is a really interesting company in the space and doing a lot of cool things. I did ask you this before, and I want to have us walk through this again. When a company comes to Watershed and shows intention, how are you helping them convert that intention to action?
It's a good question, and it really kind of depends on the company, right? Mm-hmm. Some of our customers come in and have never really thought about climate before, and they just want to get a first-pass sense of where emissions are in their business and the supply chain. So that's sort of a different conversation. You have to start that measurement and identify the hot spots and start to prioritize actions. versus some customers of ours come in with a lot of experience. For example, we've been working with Walmart. They have a huge legacy of having done a lot in this space on sustainability. And so it's a very different conversation when you're working with a company like that, where they've already know their hotspots and they really want to dig deeper and figure out, the key leverage points that they still haven't pulled.
Yeah. And Aniket, carbon accounting is a small aspect of the overall picture that you're looking at. So why don't you place what carbon accounting is as a mechanism into the larger goal for us?
Yeah, it is a part of the broader question of how a company gets its operations and its product lines in line with the broader effort around climate change. In general, the carbon accounting topic is a little too complicated and too detailed for most investors to spend much time on. They want to know rather that companies in their portfolios are on a pathway that is aligned with the Paris Agreement, and the heuristic that folks use is the SBTI, the Science-Based Targets Initiative. So for investors, what they're looking at is, does this company have an SBTI? What are they doing to be in line with the SBTI? And as you know, the Science-Based Targets Initiative is somewhat skeptical about the role of carbon offsets. Just like Steve mentioned, most of the focus is really on reductions, and then for a very small part of what's left over, you can use carbon offsets. I will say, though, that I am generally in support of carbon offsets and the carbon credit market for one simple reason, which is at some level we have to pay for the things that we haven't been paying for. It's a very basic point to me, which is that there is a cost for us to be in line with planetary boundaries. I would argue the benefits are greater than the cost, but there is a cost to it. And I think those of us in the ESG world have for too long articulated this as a win-win-win-win-win. There's no one has to pay for anything. No, you do have to pay for it. This is one mechanism to pay for it. Is it the only way? No. Should it be for only certain sectors? Yes. Is the system working perfectly right now? Absolutely not. But I don't find it useful that, especially sadly these days, journalists are out there almost every day criticizing the carbon markets when we're just trying to get these things off the ground. So you can put me on the camp or in the camp of we have to figure this out. It is one part of the larger pie, and we have to be a little more supportive of both nature-based solutions and engineered solutions, because we will need to figure out carbon removals at some level.
Yeah. Finally, we have some disagreements, so it's always exciting to have two sides on the panel. But Aniket, I want to push you a little bit further to talk a little bit about net zero and net zero by 2050, and whether the existing methodologies and standards are going to get us there, or whether they're really not relevant because we're not going to get there anyway.
I think that investors and corporates are in general confused around the net zero topic in one simple way, which is they usually conflate having a net zero portfolio if you're an investor, or a net zero company if you are a CEO, with a world that is actually net zero. It's a big leap, an intellectual leap that people make, which sounds simple, but I mean, it sounds almost, it's humorous that people make that mistake, but it is a mistake that people make. I see this with investors all the time, where they say, oh, our portfolio is in line with net zero. Okay, that's great. You sold your hydrocarbon assets to somebody else. What does that actually do for the real world? Or they say, oh, we're pushing companies to be net zero. Great, then that company just sold their fossil fuel assets to a private equity firm, but has done nothing in terms of the real world emissions. And by the way, as an investment bank, we make money on every permutation of that. So, all of that is happy. Yeah. It just, I'm fine with that financially, but if the project that we are trying to do is how to get the world to net zero by 2050, well, then it's actually a very significant change in in our business and in our functioning as society, which is why I've been skeptical of net zero by 2050. It gives me no great joy to say that. The advocate in me would like and does everything I can in nights and weekends to get to net zero by 2050, but the analyst in me, the researcher in me, says we are not on that path. We would require more CO2 reductions every year for the next 28 years than we had during COVID, when the economy effectively didn't shut down, but really slowed down and people weren't flying. So I don't see how we would get there, which is not to say that we shouldn't stop trying, but it's also to say that we need to be a little clearer in our thinking around what's the project we're trying to solve for, or what's the problem we're trying to solve for.
Exactly, and I think you also talk often about how ESG is different from net zero. So if you could talk about that, and what is ESG solving for, and what is net zero looking to solve?
Great question. Arya was my star student at Columbia, so he's asking all the right questions. And I didn't give him an A just for this. He deserved the grade. But ESG is an effort in the financial industry to better understand and analyze environmental, social, and governance risks and opportunities. The end goal of ESG is not to make the world a better place. It's not to solve climate change. It's actually an analytical project. It's saying, I'm going to buy the stock of GE, for example. I want to analyze the environmental, social, and governance risks and opportunities that come with this company and make sure I'm buying it at the right price. That's what the ESG project is. Mm-hmm. You can do an ESG analysis and still end up owning Exxon. There's nothing inconsistent about that. Net zero is about actually either aligning your portfolio, your business operations, or I would argue what our project should be is aligning the world to a path of net zero CO2 emissions by 2050 or by some date. That is actually putting a constraint or a second objective into the model. It's around optimizing your risk-adjusted returns and being in line with a climate scenario. And that is a different project. And by the way, that project might mean that you decrease your returns over certain periods of time, or that there's disruptions in your business operations and so on, because you've added a different constraint to your function. So that's how we think about the difference. And I'm glad, Stuart Kirk at HSBC, who became famous because he went out there and said that climate change isn't that big of a deal and so on. I think there was a lot that he said that was wrong. It was very crass and so on. But one of the useful things that he's doing is he is drawing a line in the sand between ESG and net zero. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that we all need to do in this industry.
Yeah. And Steve, in line with what Aniket just said, where do you see Watershed coming in? Is it creating better ESG data that investors can go on to use or companies can go on to refine processes? Or is it fundamentally helping companies to achieve net zero?
So we don't push any specific target. It's more about what the company's goals are and ambitions are. But many of our customers do want to reach net zero. And I think that, as Aniket rightly said, maybe there's a debate to be had whether an individual company has to reflect the globe. I think maybe where I land a little differently than Aniket is, I think we can actually reduce our emissions a lot at cost or without spending a lot of money. So we've already kind of heard from you that you think that there really is this extra cost to pay. And I agree completely that to get to net zero, there certainly will be.
Yeah.
But I think we could probably have 80% reductions in a lot of footprints without a big cost. And so what I see is Watershed's role is to help companies who don't understand where that 80% is to get there. And then we can talk about the last bit, right?
Yeah, and I would say in terms of cost, it's not just, cost of renewables is lower than cost of fossil fuels, because that's, or the other way, but there's a transaction cost, there is friction, there is a change that needs to happen, there's CEOs who have to change their mindsets, boards who have to think about things that they wouldn't otherwise. And that's, in addition to the financial costs, that I actually consider those costs to be higher. It's the mindset shift and all the time investment that it requires to say, okay, we're actually going to go and try to work on these issues. And then great people like Steve and his company can come in and say, well, we can actually do this at cost parity. Or heck, we can even save you money. Mm-hmm. And then the light bulbs really go off.
Yeah. So in light of what you've said about the level of change needed, Governments have their transition pathways. Several financial institutions have made commitments. Mark Carney says we have $130 trillion. That's all the money we need. Do we have a blueprint to go about making this change, or is what we've done so far just not nearly enough?
I mean, I think that we definitely have blueprints for some companies and for some sectors. There's been a lot of great modeling done in the last couple of years about how the U.S. economy could be net zero. Mm-hmm. And there is a big price tag associated with that transition. But actually, if you look as a percentage of GDP, the energy system costs are comparable to what they have been in recent years. It's just we're no longer buying fuels. We're spending it on capital infrastructure, solar and wind and so forth. So I think we actually have a roadmap for that. It's a big deal. It's a huge, industrial shift, as Aniket rightly points out. But I do think we actually have a pretty good sense of how that could happen.
Yeah. I think one of the challenges of the whole financial system with regards to green. First of all, Mark Carney really, and I say this with all due respect, but he really misunderstands the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which I believe he runs.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Because many of my clients are these net zero asset managers who have signed on to this. And I do I have the hard job of actually engaging with the portfolio managers and the investors there and the chief investment officers. And there's a big difference between what these companies have signed on to aspirationally and what they do in reality. And so, and by the way, part of that, just to be very micro about this, if you're an asset manager and you signed on to the NZAM, it can be just for a portion of your assets.
Yeah.
So if you have if you're managing $100, you can say only $10 are in line with net zero, but the number that Governor Carney used is the whole $100.
Yeah.
So it's actually, I actually think it was I actually think that number we need to, again, be a little more detailed about it than what the headlines like to suggest. I think the challenge for me is that there is certainly financing available for the renewable transition. There's also financing available for the fossil fuel sector because the world still demands fossil fuels. We look at the lending from major banks to the fossil fuel industry has not gone down since the Paris Agreement, and 80+% of the world's energy demand today still is fossil fuels. Yeah. And so, yes, there is money for the transition, but it's not that we're just shutting down oil tomorrow or shutting down gas and coal and switching over to renewables. It is a transition. The problem is that every time we keep financing more fossil fuels, you're embedding carbon for a long, long time. So that's where I see the issue, is that it's a both challenge. There's money available for oil and gas and coal, and there's money available for renewables. The IEA net zero scenario makes it very clear that if we are to get to net zero by 2050, no new investments in fossil fuels starting 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's actually just a fascinating, that report people should really read and reread, because there's your blueprint. And look at that world and look at the world as it currently is operating. There are two different worlds, by the way.
Yeah.
So
do you think, Glasgow Financial Alliance has come together, Mark Carney is doing a lot with private financial institutions. Is regulation behind? We've seen over the last couple of months and in the past week, the Inflation Reduction Act and the California Climate Commitment, which is $54 billion to climate programs. So how can states and countries play their role to consolidate legislation towards these issues?
I mean, I think we have to be optimistic about these recent policy wins, but we also have to be cognizant that that's not going to completely get us there, right? It's just bringing the private capital to the table, really. Yeah. So it's in the hundreds of billions of dollars, sure, but we need trillions of dollars a year to get us on a track for net zero. And so I think that, when I look at the sort of committed emissions and the inertia of the system, I actually see that we're not building a lot of new coal-fired power plants. And we may be building a little bit more in the natural gas space, but the capital costs are actually quite a bit lower, and I feel like it's possible to walk away from those things. So the research that I've done on committed emissions would actually suggest that maybe we are cresting this sort of hump where most of the new energy generation coming online is renewable. Yeah. And once that happens, that sort of moment, then all of a sudden the incumbent technologies don't look as great anymore. They're not growing anymore. They're not going to bring you gains. And so you get this sort of switch that flips over towards the renewables. That's what I'm hoping happens.
It is certainly true at, in certain countries and certain regions. I would remind everyone in the room that coal as a percentage of the global energy mix has been roughly the same for the last 25 years. And it's not like for the last 25 years, nothing has happened in solar or in wind or in hydro or in nuclear. It's just the system is extremely inert. And I agree with you. I think the big success is that now even emerging markets and emerging economies are slowing down coal. That is a total game changer, because it was the West that was decreasing coal and the East, or the global South, that was increasing. Now that is also being tampered down. So that makes me very optimistic. I'm not in the doom and gloom camp, by the way, just for the record. I think that this is not, but I'm also a numerate person, which of course we're with a scientist here. So and I think it's important that we be numerical about this. I also think that in the short term, we have to understand that let's not look at the world in black and white. I think that's a very important part of especially last year. It is not the case that all oil and gas companies are bad. It is not that case at all. It is not the case that all renewables companies are, quote, good. I don't even know what those words mean. I don't know what an ESG stock means. We have to get beyond those easy, simple definitions and say, here's company X, it's in the fossil fuel industry, but it's figuring out hydrogen. Now, what do we think about hydrogen? Where does that play? And let's get to that level of discussion. And I think that will allow this space to move a little more quickly, because we need everybody involved. I spent a lot of time in Texas with major energy companies, and I'm not an apologist for them at all, but they feel like their voice cannot be heard, even though they have the engineering power to do a lot of the things that are needed. And I think we need to be more constructive there.
Yep. On the note to give everybody a voice, we've run out of time. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you, Aniket and Steve.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Hey, sorry I'm late.
No
Nice
problem.
To meet you. Hey, sorry about that.
No worries. Sorry.
Thank you, guys. Fantastic. Great job, Arya. Thank you, Steve. Aniket, thank you for your heroic efforts in getting here. Okay, so Heather Johnson, please join me, Heather, on stage. Heather Johnson is a multi-purpose good works insurer at Ericsson, where she is Chief Sustainability Officer and also Head of Corporate Responsibility. Wonderful to have you. Heather, we've worked with Ericsson a lot over the years, so we're very close followers of your company and fans. Why don't you quickly just describe the range of things you do? We're going to talk about the function itself, but also a lot of things that you're doing at Ericsson.
Sure, thanks so much. And I am a bit humble about the topic of the session today, because I think if you asked 100 people what to define a Chief Sustainability Officer, you'd get 100 different answers. I'm happy to share our
Is that a problem, or is that just the way it is?
I don't think it's a problem. I think it's actually probably quite healthy for companies to really, design the role for what they need. But let me just share a little bit about what I do.
You do, yes.
So I really start with a foundation of responsible business. So that's the corporate responsibility side. So everything from business and human rights, health and safety, to our ESG reporting. And then we have two pillars of, you could say, positive impact. That is climate action and digital inclusion. So I have a team that's covering that whole range, and it's quite exciting. There's a lot to do.
One thing you should probably do is just quickly describe Ericsson, because some people here may not fully understand what it is. It's based in Stockholm. It's a global company.
Sure.
But tell us about it.
Absolutely. Well, I'll pitch the founder's story, which is that we were founded over 140 years ago by a young Swedish engineer who thought that communication was a basic human need and should be available for all. And I think what's fantastic about this is that we really have remained true to that idea over the course of basically, being on the forefront of communications technology since then. And so we are now a provider of
mobile network infrastructure. So our customers are mobile operators such as Verizon here or AT&T. And we're in 180 markets, so we have a very global perspective. And we think that there is a key role for digitalization and connectivity to play, really to underpin sustainable development of society.
Well, I want to get to that in more detail in a minute, but talking specifically about how you work as Chief Sustainability Officer and the goals that Ericsson has and how it's working to achieve them, one of the things that's so impressive is your net zero commitment and the way you're thinking so holistically about your business. So talk about that.
Sure. And I did hear the previous session and some thinking about those net zero commitments. I would say that I think there are companies, Ericsson is one of them, that is making quite substantive net zero commitments. And so ours is that we will be net zero across our value chain by 2040, and we'll start with our own impacts, really our own activities, and be net zero by 2030 there. This is not about sort of kicking the can down the road and 2040. This is underpinned on 5-year measurable targets, looking at our supply chain, looking at how we operate, and looking at our portfolio and use. And we are a research and science-based company, and therefore we are very lucky to have a sustainability research team. They've been doing decades of life cycle assessments, so we really understand our impacts. And I think that is, if there's anything I would recommend to people to take away, it is to really understand your impacts, because it is only there that you can start to make measurable change.
Yeah, and I think when skepticism is expressed, as it was in the previous panel about corporate net zero commitments, it's, I would say, partly because most companies, when they say they're committed to be net zero, they do not include the impact of their products as you do. And especially considering your products are somewhat energy intensive, they're installed all over the world, they're critical infrastructure, that's a challenging goal to have. And I should have also said, you've been with Ericsson for 25 years, you've been in sustainability there for 13 years, and you've been in this role for 3 years. So but talk a little bit about how you're thinking about reducing the, making net zero the use of your products.
Yeah, well, I should also say that, just thinking about this question about the role of the sustainability officer, one part of the job that I think is really important is to be an advisor, to really help to direct and guide the rest of the company. And I am very fortunate to work across our executive team, with whether it's the CFO, whether it's business lines, to really embed sustainability programs and practices across the company. And so the net zero example is a very good one, because it was both explaining what we mean, whether it's renewable energy for our facilities, our fleet vehicles, our business travel, or how we're working with suppliers. But I mentioned the life cycle assessments. We know that 90% of our impact comes from our products in use. So that means that we are, being able to identify that, talk to our business line owners and explain we need to be looking at the energy efficiency of our networks to be able to really deliver value to our customers. That is not only in terms of, the power of the networks, but also to reduce the energy and emissions, because it is this is one point I'd like to make as well. It is not an either-or situation now, and being able to combine the business value with the sustainability value, I think, is really key. So if we reduce the energy use of our products, we're reducing the cost of energy. Before the energy crisis, that was about $25 billion annually for mobile network operators. Wow. And I'm sure it's much higher now.
That was their total aggregate global energy cost, $25 billion.
And that was
just to run
that
cell
was
phone
not
networks.
This year. That was in the past. And so being able to really twin these both sustainability benefits as well as total cost of ownership is key.
Well, of course, you're redesigning your products all the time to be more energy efficient. But how do you deal with products that your products often are used for a long time in the field?
10 years normally.
10 years. Okay, so how do you deal with the installed base?
Well, I think the key is a lot of our technology evolution is software based. So we're able to make very, very quickly be able to switch to more energy efficient. And I should make a plug for 5G, which is certainly getting deployed across the U.S.
Which you guys helped invent. 5G.
We did, but it's the first G, if you will, that had energy, sort of energy efficiency in mind. So up to now, historically, you've followed the industry for a long time. The energy use would, with every G was, increasing. But 5G is the first standard where we're able to decouple. That is, we're able to do more, have more data running on the networks with less energy. And so it is, again, a business value we're able to deliver.
Talk about, let's broaden this to, there's so much about your corporate commitments that are admirable. But, you also, as a company, with the sustainability research you do, have thought a lot about the impact of digitalization, which mobile telephony enables and digital connectivity enables, and the role that will play in the globe's overall sustainability journey towards net zero and carbon reduction. So talk about that.
Sure, and I think one of your previous speakers mentioned Johan Rockström. We are collaborating with Professor Johan Rockström in an initiative called the Exponential Climate Action Roadmap. And I really encourage everyone, exponentialroadmap.org. There's a whole host of excellent tools and assets for companies to use that is looking at science-based, assets. But the work that we did, and this was published in 2018, was to really look at and do research on the potential for digitalization across other industries, thinking about the business efficiencies and benefits, how that could also be equivalent to 15% of global carbon emissions by 2030.
Could be reduced by just more use of digitalized economic systems.
Digitalizing transport, digitalizing manufacturing, digitalizing even the energy sector. And, so we are now at the start of that journey, I would say. But with 5G, 2018, that was really before the deployment of 5G. So we anticipate with 5G, we can even reduce more.
And that a lot of it comes from the ability to monitor, measure, and react in real time to the use of systems. I often call it an instrumented society that we really need so that we can measure everything in real time and optimize it for energy efficiency as we're trying to reduce our emissions. So that's great. Now, I know you're also deeply concerned. You and I both have worked closely with the ITU on extending connectivity globally, which is not unconnected to the sustainability process for the world, because as Sandrine mentioned at the outset, and Sandrine did co-write this Earth for All book with Johan Rockström, who works with Ericsson, this idea of justice as an intrinsic part of a climate transition has got to factor in that there are 2.9 billion people in the world who are not connected to the internet. Think about it. Think about your life and realize there's 2.9 billion people who don't have any internet. Okay, they have to have it. Tell us some of the reasons why.
Well, I think actually, all of us experienced this during the last 2 years of the global pandemic, and we really saw an acceleration of, the need for being connected, being able to work, being able to have remote schooling, being able to see a doctor remotely. It really, I think, from that perspective, there was really, I think, a boost in awareness of the power of connectivity. But as you and I have known each other a long time, and we have probably been talking about digital inclusion just as long, that is also, it's a quite, huge problem, and it's one that I think, we've really been struggling as an industry to tackle it. And, Ericsson has been, even in the infancy of broadband, we were testing and trying how connectivity could be used as an intervention for sustainable development. And one of the areas that we saw that was, that had, very high impact was around school connectivity. And so that's why we really jumped at the chance to work with the ITU and UNICEF on a global school connectivity problem. This is a, global school connectivity.
It's called the GIGA Initiative.
Initiative, GIGA. And the ambitious, audacious goal is to connect every school to the internet by 2030. And this is possible. It is, we're starting already now with helping map school connectivity, because you can't solve a problem until you understand it.
Just figuring out what schools are connected now, what schools are located where.
And when you think about it, schools are a great proxy to at least start to concretize the problem, so that we don't make it just this, massive, problem to solve and challenge without really, starting somewhere. So schools are a great place to start. As you said, and I think even the gender equity speakers said earlier, I think, really understanding that education can underpin so much of sustainable development as well.
But there's also a very concrete connection. I mean, there's multiple concrete connections between helping people participate more in the local economy by becoming connected and the climate crisis. Because for one thing, if they're connected, they can earn more, they can stay put, they can not become climate refugees potentially if they have better economic prospects. And that connection, though, isn't very well understood, it doesn't.
No, and I think, too, of course, when we talk about school connectivity, we're all, often thinking about children and school age. But of course, upskilling digital skills are going to be essential, really, I would say, for lifelong learning and for jobs of the future. And so you're absolutely right that I think, by, both from the climate and that sort of inclusion perspective, there are many gains to be realized.
Maybe if we have time, let's take a question or two. Anybody have a question on this? I should have warned you. I still think that this issue of committing across your entire supply chain, your suppliers and your customers, is so impressive and so hard. I mean, when you talk to other CSOs, is this something that they're thinking about as a community?
For sure, but I think in one sense, the net zero commitments, if you're working together, it is an ecosystem, it's a virtuous ecosystem, because you cannot succeed if your customers and your suppliers are not on that journey with you. And I think that's also an important, not only being an advisor and guide within the company, but also to be a speaking partner with suppliers, with key customers, to really align efforts. And I mentioned the exponential roadmap there. We did launch a 1.5 degree playbook today. And this is one where really looking at sort of 4 key pillars, reducing your emissions in your own activities, reducing across your value chain, embedding sustainability into your strategy, and then advocating for climate action as one example.
You just launched that today?
We did.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. There's so much to discuss. We're out of time, but I guess we have to wrap. But I really think Ericsson is a role model for many companies. And the one thing I also wanted to mention that I think people don't appreciate enough is that when a company like Ericsson is so committed to working across its supply chain, it creates this ecosystem effect where it basically forces everybody else to up their own emissions and climate commitments. Because you're asking them, they have to do it for you, their customer, or you as their supplier are helping them do it at the downstream end. And the more companies do that in every possible direction, the more likely we are to begin to meet some of these goals.
And I mean, just to close on that, I would say whether it's on climate action, whether it's on inclusion, it is really collective action that will help us to succeed. It is no one company, it is no one government, it is no one UN agency or NGO. It's really that collective, commitment, ambition, and then concrete, measurable progress.
Great. Thank you so much, Heather.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's going to take a picture?
Okay.
Thank you, Heather. Really, I know it goes fast. I would like to bring out my colleague Dan Costa to moderate the next session. So, Dan.
Thank you, David.
Good to have you on stage again.
Indeed, thank you. At this point, I'll invite Ryan Flynn from Bentley Motors out to the stage.
Thanks, Dan.
Good to see you again, Ryan.
Should we sit next to each other?
Sure.
Maybe.
No, let's do it. Let's do it regular.
Over here? This okay?
That sounds. Yeah, this could work. It's the afternoon. We thought that'd be amusing. So, you parked your car out front.
We did, yes. Many of you have maybe had a chance to see. That's the Flying Spur Hybrid. This is the second hybrid that Bentley's introduced in the United States. We actually introduced the Flying Spur Hybrid first with our Bentayga model line, and today we're showing the Flying Spur, which is our sedan. But we actually have a special edition. It's called the Odyssean Edition, and it really celebrates sustainability. So it's about sustainable materials and really a look forward to the future, which we'll talk about today. But we're really excited about this product because it draws inspiration from the EXP 100 GT, which was the car we launched during our centenary event in 2019. Bentley Motors celebrated our 100th anniversary in 2019. And we set forward a goal to be the most sustainable luxury mobility company by 2030. So we have a long road ahead of us. Well, not that long, but we're really excited to be able to share that car with you today.
So if there are car people in the crowd, give me the 60-second car pitch of like what makes that car amazing.
Well, the hybrid is actually the most technologically advanced car that we produce today. A lot of that has to do with the connectivity in the car. So we have capabilities for our customers to precondition the car using a mobility app so they can open up their cell phone, set the temperature to the condition that they would like, and the car sets its temperature, whether it's heating or pre-cooling, while it's plugged in. It also has intelligent navigation, so when you're in EV mode, the car can actually define what the most efficient way to travel is once you set in your destination. So it's really the most advanced car that we've produced today.
So people don't usually think of luxury automobiles as sustainable. Obviously, they come with a high price tag, but being a luxury automaker actually gives you a lot of flexibility and a lot of freedom to innovate in terms of sustainability. Can you share some of the learnings?
Yeah, I mean, we're not the first to market, of course, and a lot of that has to do with what our customers' expectations are. We don't want to bring a car to market that doesn't deliver on our customers' their expectations of the performance characteristics, the technology. So we're starting with a hybrid powertrain, but by 2030, our plan is to have a full EV, fully electric model line. In fact, starting in 2025, we'll launch one new model all the way up to 2030. So we'll have a 5-car model lineup, full electric.
And I should mention, should have mentioned this at the top of the interview that Worth has named Bentley one of the most sustainable companies of the year. You'll see a write-up in the magazine that's distributed throughout the room. And a lot of that is not just because of the automobiles that you're making, but the way you're making them. And your factory and crew is widely acknowledged to be one of the most sustainable in the world. Can you give people a picture of like what makes that factory different?
Sure, yeah, the factory really is a magical place. I mean, first of all, our cars are hand-built, so we still have craftsmen and women who are putting together, they're sewing the seats, they're hand-stitching steering wheels, and the veneer woods are hand-sanded and polished. But really, when we talk about sustainability, the factory itself utilizes solar, so we've installed 10,000 solar panels over our car park. That's on top of the 20,000 solar panels that already existed on the factory. We have we recuperate some of the water that's used in some of the paint factory processes. We even have a honeybee a colony on the factory grounds as well. So it's really about eco-friendly environment and what we're planning to do for our future factory. We're kind of creating a model where our customers can be even more involved in the commissioning process. So working alongside the design team to really build out the bespoke custom interior that they expect.
you know, and a lot of the materials that you're using inside the vehicles are, you know, not your ordinary materials. They're obviously premium, they're luxurious, but they're increasingly made from sustainable materials as well. Are there any of the materials that go into the manufacturing process you want to highlight?
Yeah, well, the factory was just certified for our reduction in plastics. So we're focused not just on the factory processes that takes place in Crewe, England, but also the supply chain. So we're working closely with our suppliers to make sure that they're doing their part. And beyond the supply chain, it's really about delivering the cars too. So here in the US, right now our dealerships, we're working with Carbon Trust to go through an evaluation of what their CO2 impact is as well. So,
have you, you know, obviously many automakers are making this transition to electric. For a brand like Bentley, was this move more calculated from the leadership team, or were consumers saying that this is something that they wanted to have?
I think it's a little bit of both, but we've done research, particularly with our existing customers. 1 in 3 Bentley drivers today already have an EV vehicle in their driveway. And the survey that we conducted, those who don't have an EV, within the next 5 years, 75% of those customers are considering an EV. So the motivation is there from our customers already, but more than just our existing customers, we want to attract new customers to build the brand and make it even stronger. So we know we need to appeal to a new audience, and part of that attraction is about being a sustainable brand like Bentley.
Do customers have any reservations in terms of the infrastructure? I know when I talk about electric vehicles and the consideration process, inevitably people say, well, I'm worried about charging, I'm worried about long distance travel, which are legitimate issues which are you know, being mitigated over time, but have you heard any of that from your customers?
Yeah, the research show that probably 95% of the customers today would expect to charge their car at home and do shorter commutes. You know, if we think of where we are today, a lot of our customers could quite easily, at least in the car that's parked out front, could come in on EV mode alone and make it to work and back just on full electric. But of course that range becomes important if you're traveling for vacation or doing what Bentley customers are accustomed to, more grand touring. And so right now we don't feel like the infrastructure is fully there to support that. And that's why we think the hybrid is kind of a good interim step between now and when we go full electric.
Your pledge to go full electric is actually more aggressive than a lot of other car manufacturers. Most people are giving themselves an extra 5 years to make the conversion. I imagine some of that is because you're a boutique vendor that has not the largest of product lines, but a very exclusive audience and ridership. Have you found that you know, is that the case where, you know, that you're going to be able to make this transition faster because of the type of business that you're in?
Well, you know, as I said, our Beyond 100 strategy, it's very ambitious, but we want to be a leader in mobility, luxury sustainable mobility, and that's about setting forth goals that we believe we can achieve with our technology, but we feel like we're actually tuned quite properly for this business as we move to electrification, mostly because of our bespoke commissioning processes. So today, as I mentioned, we're hand-built cars, and a lot of our customers have the ability to design their custom interiors down to the thread color and the stitching and the veneers. So when we make a full move to EV, this is really about a platform, an electric platform, and we're coach builders, and that's what Bentley is really founded on since our inception is beautiful coach building, and we're kind of getting back to that as we move toward electrification.
Yeah, there's also an interesting story in terms of the artisanship of building the automobile. You know, Henry Ford revolutionized the industry and it became a mass-produced product. Standardization, obviously, if you're going to scale, you're going to want to take advantage of that. But Bentley's really more about the hand craftsmanship, and I think there's a sort of artisanal value to it that's what people appreciate in a brand like Bentley.
I agree, and I think our designers are really appreciative of the freedom that they'll have too with these new chassis, because there are less restrictions in terms of transmission tunnels. There's not an engine in the front, so there's a whole new opportunity in terms of what the design language could be in the future. And that's kind of what the EXP 100 GT signaled of what the future could be, a vision of design, language, both exterior and interior.
I think that's actually, the Teslas are obviously very successful in the US, and I think a lot of their success is because of their design improvements that were flowed naturally from the fact that they didn't need to have that engine in front. Mm-hmm. The cabin was more open. Obviously, they've been very avant-garde in terms of their dashboards, but like just the feel of the car is very different than traditional combustion engines, and I think they rode that for a lot of waves of like, this is a new type of automobile, and every automaker is sort of now experimenting with that freedom, it seems like.
And we certainly are as well, just thinking about how our customers might, for example, have a layover for charging, and all about wellness and well-being. So what does the cabin need to do to help you personally recharge? So whether it's different environment with colors, from light, sound, smell, all that sensory experience, that's what our designers are really thinking of now, of how to enrich that cabin experience for our customers. And then, of course, with autonomous driving on the horizon as well, there's another option to have more relaxation while you're driving.
Totally. Well, people here at the conference can experience a bit of that by actually getting into the car out front. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll be here this afternoon, so we'd invite you all to just come up, and would love to show you the Flying Spur while we're here.
Is there anything in particular they should look for when they get inside the cockpit?
Oh, I wouldn't point it out. You think you'll see it. It's definitely have a closer look to the interior. So
very cool.
Quite beautiful.
Ryan, thanks so much for coming
Thanks,
on.
Dan. Really appreciate having us. Thank you.
Thanks. So with that, I would encourage you to go and check out the Bentley that's parked out front. We are about to head into our last break of the day. It'll be a 10-minute break. We hope to get everybody back in here. We are mercifully back on schedule. So we want to keep that going, and we'll start up in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, we do have the giveaway table. I encourage you to visit that. Sunglasses, some great books. And as Seth will no doubt tell you in a couple of hours, the Carbon Almanac is meant to be a 2-book gift, one for yourself and one to gift to somebody else. So we've got copies. Feel free to grab them. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be resuming our program very shortly, so please make your way back into the main room. Thank you.
Okay, this is your 1 minute notice. We're going to get back to business very shortly. Keep the energy level high. I hope you all agree it has been high. We're very excited about how it's been going. I have to talk loud so those people out there can hear. We don't have a shouter. Can I recruit a shouter this time? No, I don't know. But get ready, we're about to start. Okay. Oh, now I'm highly amplified. It's so nice to see you all here. Been getting a lot of good compliments about this conference. I hope you all would give them also, but I'm giving them to myself. And Eva Kraus, who is a senior writer at Worth, is going to moderate this next session, which we're quite excited about. So I'd like to bring Eva out.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, hello. So today I'm going to be talking to Jim McCann. For anyone who doesn't know, Jim is the founder and chairman of 1-800-Flowers, as well as the founder and chairman of Clarim Media, which houses Worth, Techonomy, and CDX. And today, our session title is Confessions of a Climate Convert. So, a little bit of context. In March, Jim, you attended the Techonomy climate event, and you had a bit of an epiphany about the urgency of climate change.
Well, the truth be told, it was over a cup of tea for me and a cup of coffee for you at the office when I confessed to you about, wow, how this event that I had the opportunity to attend in Mountain View, California, that Techonomy and Worth put on about the climate really did change my point of view. And it was you, Eva, who said, geez, you ought to write about that. And then it was you who helped me when you said, send it to me, I'll be happy to give you some editorial help. And it worked. And the message I had there for you that day in our break room, and that we got to write about.
Which you can find in the sustainability issue that is scattered all around this venue.
Right. Is the truth be told, what I said to you that day was, I would confess that I didn't, up until that event, I didn't really give climate and all the efforts around it its proper consideration. I was lazy enough to think that technology is advancing so quickly, computing power is advancing so quickly, there's so many smart people working on fixes out there that somehow someone else would take care of it. And it was listening to the data that I heard at that event in Mountain View, listening to the people of science, listening to people who all of a sudden discovered how it's a great area to invest in, which gave me, A, it scared the heck out of me. And being a father and more importantly a grandfather, I started thinking, wow, I have no right to think that someone else is going to solve this issue. And I had no right to think that even little old me in my little world could really have an impact. And I think what we've heard consistently today, it's the accumulation of all those 1,000 cuts that'll make a difference. And we all have a responsibility to do it. And as a leader of a family, to get my grandkids talking about this, to get them all thinking about this, has frankly since March been really rewarding. So our summer dinner conversations at our beach house have been a little bit more robust, a little bit more meaningful, and they're doing some homework around the subject. So I feel like listening to data like Bill Gross presented at Mountain View, and he used the example that of carbon particulates in the air. The year he was born, there were 315 carbon particulates in the air per 1,000 units. And fast forward to today, it's 415, so nearly a 1/3 increase in carbon particulates. So his point is, we not only need to stop polluting our air and our environment, but we need to reverse it as well. And to hear him talk, he's so eloquent, and I've been a fan of his for 30 years. To hear him talk about how first we used energy that was biological. We lift things up, we put things down. And then we went to chemistry, where we burnt everything in sight to create energy. And then we should be and are now moving into a physics era, where we use physics to create energy in a clean and renewable and storable way. So to hear people like that, and then Ryan Padchatsaram, who wrote the book with John Doerr, he presented here this morning. I've gotten to know Ryan over the last 4 or 5 years really well. I work with him and John on some other business, and I think the world of them. And to read the book that they put together, and to see John put his money where his mouth is, literally and in a major way, by donating $1.1 billion to Stanford University to create a school of climate. Well, I know I'm not the smartest guy in the world, and certainly not the smartest guy in this room, but if all the smart people I know and respect are really tuned into the problem and are tuned into the fixes. And if now we see an alignment of capitalism and profit motivation and the swelling of a movement, I went from being frightened to concerned to now being hopeful.
It sounds like some of the innovations that you heard explained about at the Techonomy event really resonated with you. Was there anything else that you heard at that event that really helped drive the message of climate change home?
Well, a little thing that will make a difference in our day jobs at 1-800-Flowers. My son James runs our plants division, and I put him in touch with Maddie Hall, who is a biophysicist, a biochemist, who presented that day. She has a startup company that's teaching plants to super consume carbon, plants and trees. The only problem is they don't naturally reproduce yet, but they'll still have a 30-year life and eat carbon in great quantities out of the atmosphere. So my son James is working with her on how can we get some of our growers that we work with to produce these plants that they're giftable and consumable. And so plants eat carbon anyway, but to have them do it at a 30 or 100x rate would be beneficial for all of us. So that's one little thing that's come out of it.
There were so many incredible points made at that conference, and it was incredibly inspiring.
As has been the case today.
Exactly. My next question for you is, what do you think all business leaders should do to switch to renewable energies and practices?
Well, I think we have, I would refer you to my book club. What I mean by that is, I mentioned Ryan and John's book on climate, and of course we have another of my heroes here today, Seth Godin, who has the Carbon Encyclopedia today. It's Not Too Late is the subheading. So, I mean, we have some of the smartest, best communicators in the world who've given us roadmaps on all the little things we can do that'll result in a bit of a crescendo. And there's a lady who just wrote a book, Living Life in Crescendo. She's the daughter of Stephen Covey, who wrote The 7 Habits of Effective Leaders. And her book is coming out next month, and I've just been in touch with her. But I think we're experiencing the beginning of a crescendo in climate awareness and our effectiveness at beginning to deal with it.
And there are so many great resources out there for people to have access to and to educate themselves on this problem. And something that I've really felt at this event and at our previous events is that this is really more than just one business leader moving toward a more sustainable future. It's an entire movement that everybody can get involved with. And for my last question for you, as we're quickly running out of time, for those business leaders who are still skeptical about the urgency of climate change, what would you say to them?
Well, I'll tell you my thoughts after March and up through today is that as a business leader, I have an opportunity. I have an opportunity to jump in front of a parade that's been started and is getting momentum all the time, as is evidenced by the quality of the participants here at this event, you. And so if the parade is already forming, politicians are smart, they run to the front of the parade. And I think we as business leaders should run to the front of the parade too, for all of our stakeholders. You heard Mike from City Winery talk about it's important to his employees. It's important to our team members too. It's important to our families. Our kids are talking about this. Therefore, it's important to me. It's important to our community, our customers, our vendors. And so it's the right thing to do. It's an easy thing to do. And as I say to my friends who are still the critics, China is building coal factories, so it doesn't really matter what we're doing here. Well, you know, we're going to die anyway, so why not today kind of thing? Doesn't make any sense to me. But if we as a country and as individuals in our families, as members of our community, as members of our business leadership, if we can be setting an example, if we as a country can lead the world as we have in so many things, then we'll create the new technologies that can replace the 41st new coal plant in China. And at the end of the day, my response to friends who are doubters is, why not? What's the harm in joining this movement. It won't hurt anybody. We have to be rational about not crushing other kinds of fuels until we have adequate replacements, but a common, sensible approach, setting goals, measuring our path there, we always get there. A friend of mine, Jim Canavino, just mentioned to me earlier, we did it in the automobile industry by setting goals for carbon emission and for mileage standards. Set a goal, measure our way there, create the rewards, and create the economic incentives for the really smarty pants people out there, like Bill Gross and company, to go make these inventions. And I think it'll roll up into a beautiful noise. Why not?
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Jim. We're out of time.
Thanks, Eva.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, bud.
Okay, we'll shake hands. Rich, please join me on stage. Rich Fruhoff is not only the Chief Sustainability Officer of U.S. Steel, but he's also the Chief Strategy Officer of U.S. Steel, which is a statement in itself. So he's responsible for the company's entire strategy, and he's also responsible for sustainability, which, as you'll hear, is unexpectedly a huge priority. You know, we hear people badmouth heavy industry a lot, but in fact, there's a lot going on, which we're very eager to hear about, and I'm excited that you're here with us. So first of all, tell us what U.S. Steel does, what kind of steel it produces, for what kind of purposes, and a little bit about the journey you've been on.
Well, thank you, David. So as you noted, I have kind of a clunky title, Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer, but that's very intentional because our strategy and sustainability are intertwined. We could talk a little bit about that. But, you know, U.S. Steel, been around since 1901. Some names you've probably heard. Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan created the company.
We've heard of those people, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. 120 years ago. You know, a lot of firsts, first billion-dollar enterprise, first company with a code of conduct, invented the phrase safety first and a commitment to safety. And, you know, I think we have an audio or a visual I'd like to show everybody. But when you think of steel, right, we make products that go into your cars, your appliances, washing machines, pipelines, yellow goods, which are, you know, earth-moving equipment, farm equipment, lots of things. So which one of those pictures is a steel mill? Just ask the audience.
Yeah, anybody, what do you think?
They're both steel mills, right? It's a trick question, right? They're both steel mills. So probably most people, when they think of steel, they think of that, the one on the left, that's a blast furnace. That's the way you've traditionally made steel. Very carbon intensive, right? You take coke, which is purified coal, you mix it with iron ore, that, quote, reduces, if you ever cooked a sauce, right? You reduce it. That's what you're doing. You're reducing the iron. Comes out the bottom as liquid iron. We put it into another process with oxygen, turns it into steel, right? Traditionally how you make steel. Well, in the United States, actually only about 1/3 of the steel made in the United States is made that way. In Europe, actually 2/3 is made that way. And that's important because the other way, which is that blue building, that's a facility called Big River Steel. That's another way of making steel. That's called an electric arc furnace facility. And in that facility, we take scrap steel, old cars, old washing machines, old bridges, old girders. We chop it up and we blast it with electricity, renewable electricity, right? Solar, or I used to work at Westinghouse. I think nuclear is okay. Whatever you want to say about nuclear, there's no carbon emissions, right? And you can recycle that steel and make the same kinds of products you make the other way. It's about a 75% reduction in greenhouse gases if you make it with an electric arc furnace. And if you use
that is huge.
It's huge, right? That's right. I mean, globally, steel's maybe 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions, right? We're a so-called hard-to-abate sector. But we're also necessary for the energy transition. You can't have an electric vehicle without an electric motor. You need a special kind of steel to make an electric motor, non-grain oriented steel. We are building a facility at Big River to make about 200,000 tons of non-grain oriented electrical steel, which you absolutely need, or else you can't have an EV.
And that will be made electrically for the use in electrical equipment.
Correct, correct. Made through this process where we're recycling the steel using renewable or nuclear power, so you can really drive down the carbon intensity of the steel, and you can make the things that you need. You also need something called grain-oriented electrical steel, another type of steel. If you want to have charging stations In transformers, you need steel for that. So we recognize in our strategy, which we call Best for All, that we need to be part of the solution. The solution in part is improving the production route, reducing the greenhouse gases that we make using electric arc furnaces instead of, and more electric arc furnaces. We currently have about 3.3 million tons of steel making made through that electric arc furnace process. We've invested to build another 3 million tons. So probably by about mid-2024, we should have about 6 million tons of steel making through this electric arc furnace process. And we can really drive down the emissions intensity. We have a 2050 net zero goal. Using these proven technologies, we can really put a dent in our greenhouse gas emissions and still deliver things like, if you're going to buy an EV, wouldn't you want to have, in addition to the non-grain oriented electrical steel, we can reduce the carbon intensity, the amount of greenhouse gases emitted in the superstructure of the car. So these are things we're delivering for our customers.
And presumably companies like GM and Ford, who are your customers, want you to do that so they can help meet their own goals in terms of their scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions.
Absolutely. We've seen increasing interest from our automotive customers, from appliance customers. We announced a product line called VERDX, VERD for green, and X is our stock ticker, to make these low carbon.
X is your stock ticker. That just shows how long you've been around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we are absolutely hearing from the customers. They want this kind of low carbon intensity steel in the appliance industry, the automotive industry, and even in some other, like construction. People want to know that the steel that they're getting is low carbon intensity steel, and we're delivering it. Our stakeholders want it.
So why is Europe still behind the U.S. in making this transition to electric steel making?
That's a great question. I personally think it's in part because of the electricity rates in Europe. A lot of what you need for, obviously, the kind of facility on the right, that electric arc furnace, uses lots of electricity. So European electricity rates aren't as cost competitive as they are here in the United States. And that's been, I think, one of the things that's held Europe back. And you need a lot of scrap steel, which we have a lot of here in the United States. It's very circular. Steel loses none of its properties, no matter how many times you recycle it.
So steel is one of the most recycled materials there is.
Absolutely.
Which is fantastic.
Absolutely.
So your industry is contributing 8% of global emissions, which you willingly acknowledge because you're working on it so hard, which is amazing. Earlier today, there was a little interaction between one of our speakers and a colleague of yours in the audience, because the speaker had said that it's very difficult in many industries for one company to step out ahead and take on the additional costs of doing the right thing when it comes to emissions and sustainability, because they fear that they will be outcompeted by those who don't make that move. And your colleague said from the audience that that really isn't any longer true in steel. Would you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are commercial incentives to produce these kinds of steels, to change the way you produce steel. I mentioned VERDX. Big River is the first LEED certified steel mill in the United States. It is Daimler's global sustainable supplier of the year. All products, not just steel, across.
So you're getting more business by doing it.
You absolutely are. And I think at some point it's going to become table stakes. Right now it's a scarce asset. And customers who have their own their own greenhouse gas reduction targets are coming to us and they're saying, you're part of the supply chain. How do you green your supply chain? Help us. And that's how we can help them. We can help them help their customers with more sustainable solutions. So the other thing too, though, I mean, it's a fair point in terms of what we're seeing in Europe. In Europe, you're seeing public-private partnerships. You're seeing the government investing in the transition of their steel industry. And we're seeing that in Canada as well. We're not seeing it yet here in the United States. I mean, direct funding of the transition from this blast furnace technology to the electric arc furnace. We've seen numerous announcements across Europe and Germany and France and Spain of direct government support from national governments and from the EU to help with that transition. And I think the Europeans recognize that steel is critical. It's critical for the energy transition. It's critical, as we see maybe the onshoring of industry. And by the way, there's a sustainability benefit to that too. If you don't have those global supply chains, a lot less emissions moving stuff across oceans. if you're just moving it by rail a few hundred miles rather than thousands of miles across the ocean. But I think Europe has recognized that you need a robust steel industry. It's part of manufacturing, and there's a sustainability benefit to it.
Do you think the steel industry will become more localized as a result of that transportation cost issue and the ability to move to these much less polluting electric plants?
You know, steel has always had a sort of local presence, in part because of the logistics costs. I mean, these products we make, you know, a coil of steel is tons, right? So we're one of the biggest customers of barges, of lake freighters, of the railroads. So logistics costs have always been important to the steel industry. But I do think localization helps with so many things. You know, we mine, melt, and manufacture steel in the United States. It helps reduce energy insecurity. It reduces the risk of national security, reduces complex supply chains. So it improves your sustainability performance. I think that's the direction the industry is heading.
Interesting. Now, on the other side, in the old steel side, you are hugely vertically integrated. You own mines in Minnesota where you get iron ore and you take it all the way to steel.
Right.
So for that part of the industry, which is still the blast furnace technology, which we still need some version of that because we can't only recycle steel, we have to make new steel. What's the sustainability path there?
Yeah, so I think, you know, you're exactly right. So in Minnesota, we mine iron ore, a rock called taconite, and we produce iron pellets, FeO2. That's what goes into the blast furnace. And you're exactly right. You're always going to need a certain amount of that. So even though steel is circular, there's always a little bit of loss in the cycle, right? Because not everything gets recycled. And so you're always going to need a little bit of new steel in there. And then you also need, for that electric arc furnace route, when you think about scrap, right? And not many people think about scrap. I don't know how many people thought about scrap today.
We're thinking about it more right now than
right. Yeah. So, but you know, when somebody takes a car and they crush it up, well, there's all this copper in there, right? Copper wiring goes into the car. Well, that copper is bad for steel. It makes steel brittle, cracks. So you always need to put in sort of a little bit of extra fresh iron. And that's where you hear things like direct reduced iron, which can be made today with natural gas, but it is absolutely technically feasible to use hydrogen. So when you hear things like steel and hydrogen, that's where, when you're reducing the iron, one of the paths forward is potentially to use hydrogen instead of methane to reduce the iron, take these little iron units and put them in with the scrap. You need to put a little bit in there, and you can keep producing top quality steel, very low carbon intensity steels. So for our mining sector, we announced about 3 months ago, we're going to start producing these direct reduced iron pellets. You have to concentrate them a little bit more. So another step toward getting that part of the business to be more sustainable. But we're also doing things like, you know, while the electric arc furnace technology is very proven, it's been around for decades, the blast furnaces, people talk about carbon capture and sequestration. We have partnerships with other companies, and this is where public, private, and collaborative approaches are needed. We're not an energy company. We need to partner with energy companies, those who are going to capture carbon, sequester it, but we also need to develop the technology to actually capture the carbon off of a blast furnace, transport it to a place where it's going to be permanently sequestered, or, you know, the ultimate win is if somebody can come up and there, I know we've talked to a number of companies, if you can take that carbon and put it to a beneficial use instead of just, you know, pumping it down into an old oil or gas well.
So you're making progress on that. So how soon would you say it'll be before we have no blast furnaces of the type we see today?
You know, globally, it'll be a long, long time because China and other countries continue to actually build those.
Build new ones?
Yes, they do. Yeah. Now, here in the United States, I don't think a blast furnace has been built in 30 or 40 years. So I think the path forward in the United States and North America is highly unlikely to see new blast furnaces and sort of a gradual falling away of the blast furnace. And, you know, part of what's happened is historically, the electric arc furnaces started off making sort of the low end of the spectrum of steel products. So things that, like, if you know what rebar is, right, goes into concrete. Not very sophisticated product. But the technology keeps advancing, an innovation story, where these electric arc furnaces continue to be able to make more and more sophisticated steel products that previously were only able to be made by the blast
So
furnace.
Daimler can buy them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think, I'm a big believer that eventually money, time, engineering, virtually any kind of steel product will be able to be made through the electric arc furnace route, which then means, you need the blast furnace or direct reduced iron for that extra iron unit, but I don't think there's a long-term, where you see new blast furnaces in North America. I doubt you'll see that many in Europe, or if any. The Europeans, as I said, are moving toward electric arc furnaces. It's some of the other parts of the world where there probably still will be more blast furnaces built.
So we've touched on this already, but I'd like you to talk a little more about how the effort to decarbonize changes your relationship with all your stakeholders. I mean, how is it received generally in your industry, among your investors, among your customers, more broadly, et cetera?
I think it's generally, we're conscious of our commitment to our stakeholders. Certainly the investors want to see us decarbonize. As I mentioned, the customers do. And, over the last 2 years, I think it's just kind of shot up astronomically.
What has shot up?
The desire for decarbonization.
Oh, I'm glad you think so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I in my role, spend a lot of time dealing with investors. And we usually have at the end of the year, November, December, is when we reach out to big investors. What are your concerns? What are your thoughts, et cetera? And I would say over the last 2 years, we've seen a lot more focus on what are you doing to decarbonize. And as I mentioned, on the customer side, we've also seen that in the past 18 months since we've launched our Vertex brand. I think we've gotten huge interest. Again, Europe has led, but it's now migrating to North America. So again, Daimler recognizes the value of Big River, but now we're seeing some of the more U.S.-centric companies saying, "Oh yeah, we want to go green too. We want to decarbonize, and how can you help us do that?" So we're seeing it from the customers, from the investors, certainly the employees. We have what we call employee resource groups. They're like affinity groups. We launched our sustainability ERG earlier this year. Tremendous interest. The employees are very engaged.
I think a lot of people are probably surprised to hear what U.S. Steel is doing. And there is time for a question or so from the audience if anybody has one. Oh, right here in the front. We may not even have a mic, but just shout it out and I'll repeat it.
Your Vertex, is that a separate brand? And can you maybe speak a little bit more to that?
Talk about Vertex as a brand, how it differs from the rest of the company.
It is a separate brand in the sense that it can be very similar or identical grade, but made through this different process route. So you get less greenhouse gases emitted to get the same grade of steel than you would if you made it through the blast furnace route. And so for the customers who say, "Hey, that's really important to me. I want a low greenhouse gas emissions intensity product," that's an offering we're able to give them.
I don't know if we have a mic, but we should have mics every session. You shout out your question. Tell us who you are also, please. Right.
Reducing excavation and also reducing waste materials. And so I wonder if you could talk about how much that's appreciated or maybe underappreciated by government policies and also your...
Great. A long question for done without a mic. So basically the point is, it's not just about decarbonization, it's about all the other benefits that come with being more sustainable and particularly reducing waste, reducing wasteful inputs, et cetera.
Yeah, well...
How is that appreciated in the policy realm?
I don't know that it is that well appreciated, to be honest with you. But, one thing, I've been in the steel business now for 8 years. One thing, the steel industry is like farmers. You know how like the farmer is always trying to find a way to do something without having to spend a lot of money, right? Always inventing some... Steel, it's always about recycling, keeping costs down. A lot of the byproducts of steelmaking have for decades been used for other uses. So, we try to reduce waste, but then the waste that we do produce, for example, slag, which is one of the byproducts, it goes into aggregates for roads, right? That's what's used as sort of part of the road bed, right? We recycle the gases that are produced in the steel making process, and you can recycle those. So steel always is focused on recycling, reusing. I don't know that policymakers fully comprehend that, but we do talk about that in our sustainability report, not just what we're doing on greenhouse gases, but other emissions, how we recycle, we reuse. And we have other material factors. Our materiality assessment we just completed, we're one of the highest, really the top priority of our company in our materiality assessment is safety. U.S. Steel invented the phrase safety first. We take that very seriously. In fact, our CEO right now is out in California receiving an award from the National Safety Council because of our safety performance. So we look at sustainability more than just climate change. It's across DE&I, it's innovation, it's safety, it's obviously environmental performance, greenhouse gas emissions. We take a very broad view.
Yeah, I don't think most people realized U.S. Steel was the kind of company you're describing. We do have a mic now if we have one last question. Do we have it? Okay, and please, Robin Raskin, Techonomy contributor. I hope it's a good question. Take the mic.
Oh my God.
You don't need to identify yourself because I just did it.
No pressure, you did that for me. So do you lose any sleep that there will be a post-steel era? I mean, we're looking at new replacements for concrete and other building materials. Surely there have to be new materials, and is U.S. Steel working on them?
I mean materials to succeed, so get rid of steel entirely? You're wondering if that could ever happen?
Yeah. Well,
You may not want that.
I probably don't, but I won't say, you never say never, but it's really hard at this point in time to see as far out as you can look and say you won't need steel. So for example, as I mentioned, for making an electric vehicle motors, you need steel that goes into the motor because of the magnetic properties. So you can't use aluminum. And I used to work at Alcoa. I understand a little bit about aluminum. There's some things that are better about steel than aluminum. There's some things about aluminum that are better than steel. But as I said, steel is really a tremendous material, and the fact that you can just keep recycling it over and over and over and it doesn't lose the properties is very unique among basic materials.
It's pretty amazing. I bet, how many people here are surprised by what they learned about U.S. Steel today? Yeah, I was when we had our prep call, I got to tell you. It's really not what you think about heavy industry. So it's wonderful to have you here. It's wonderful the things you're doing at your company, and hope to have you on stage with us again sometime soon.
Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Rick. Really good. Okay, we're going to take a picture. Great. Thank you. Now, I'd like to bring on my colleague, Caitlin Hamilton, who unfortunately was not introduced either before or by herself the last time, but she, as you saw before, is a great moderator, and she's going to moderate the next session. So, Caitlin.
Thank you. Yeah, hi, Caitlin. Nice to meet you. So let me bring on Stephanie Benedetto, who is the co-founder of Queen of Raw, Vanessa Barboni-Halleck, who's the founder and CEO of Another Tomorrow, and Thomas Burkhart, who is president of Marchand Eyewear. Okay, so yes. Fashion's journey towards circularity. I guess, Stephanie, I'll start with you. If you could give us a high-level overview, definitions of what the circular economy is, and then how Queen of Raw fits into that.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for being here. And I think there are two key words in what you identified as the topic. The first is journey. Clearly, when I give you this definition, this is about a journey. We wouldn't expect everyone to change overnight. And the second part of that is the circular economy. And as opposed to that S word, sustainability, which means a lot of things to a lot of people, circular economy is an economic principle, right? And it has to make business sense. Otherwise, why is a company going to adopt it? And so the whole idea behind circular economy is, think of a circle, right? The longer that we can keep resources and materials in circulation in that circle, the more value and efficiency we get out of it, and the more money we save and make. And how do we do that? You do it by those great words: reusing, recycling, regenerating, repurposing, right? That's what it is. And I think we can overcomplicate things, but to simplify it and at its core, that's really what this is about. And to frame what we do at Queen of Raw and how we think about the circular economy, I just wanted to myth bust two things very quickly. The first is that sustainability has to cost you more money to participate. I won't ask for a show of hands how many people assume that when you hear sustainability, it's something that's going to cost you more, right? Right, exactly. And the good news is, though, that by focusing, for example, like we do at Queen of Raw, on a business's waste, their unused inventory, raw materials, and finished goods, businesses can sell it today and make money, free up that warehouse space. And then you can take that money and put it back into doing good work in your supply chain. You can pay your workers more. You can adopt more innovative, sustainable practices. You can do it without your overall CapEx expenditure going up. Right? Now that's a win-win-win. And it's how we think about it. One of our enterprise customers just the past few weeks took action on 10 metric tons of inventory. And in doing so, they were able to achieve 95% diversion from landfill and save $14 million in inventory and holding costs. So you can't really argue with that, right? Those kind of numbers. The second thing really quickly I wanted to touch on and myth bust is that circular economy, sustainability, only good for little pilot projects, little eco-conscious collections, right? How many people think about that? Just local. We hope to show the world that this can be done automated and at scale, leveraging technology. And that's where, with our business, we started Queen of Raw as a marketplace. Platform businesses buy and sell their unused textile waste, keep it out of landfill, and turn what would have been pollution into profit. But like any business, we've grown, especially as the needs of our enterprise customers have grown through the pandemic. And we now have full enterprise software so businesses can integrate it into their existing practices, find all the unused inventory, and take action with a click. Click a button, reuse, resell, recycle, and map, measure, and trace all the good work they did. So we can get into more about the blockchain and the machine learning, but that's just a little bit on who we are and why we should be building for the circular economy, because it makes sense for people, for planet, but also for profit.
I mean, I love that. Turn pollution into profit. I'm going to get some T-shirts made or something on sustainably sourced materials, of course. Thomas, I think that really segues nicely into Marchand's work, because they're, I don't think people necessarily think eyewear sustainability, but there's a lot of waste and a lot of opportunity. So I'd love to hear what Marchand's doing.
There's a lot of waste, and a lot of that can be done. And hello, everybody. Yeah, most people don't associate waste with something like this, because if you're like me, the moment I get a new prescription, that goes in a drawer somewhere, and certainly doesn't get thrown away. But we found out fairly quickly that the people that buy our frames, and the people, our partners, we're a licensing partner for over 20 fashion and lifestyle houses, that they very much wanted to look at what can be done. And very few people, most people think there's a machine, their frame comes out. But what happens, particularly with acetate frames like this one here, it's a clear block of acetate, and then the frame gets cut out. So 90% of the material was throwaway. Actually, we had to pay somebody to take it away. And we've come a long way ever since. So now there's a recycling system in place. There's actually working with one of our vendors, Eastman, who were fantastic, figuring out a way how to repurpose that material so that's almost circular, i.e. the 90% waste go back into a block, gets cut out again, that 90%, so that at some point every little shred of that material gets put back into the system. And to your point with scale, it started fairly quick, fairly small with us. The typical showboat projects very, very early on. Yeah, we can make a frame out of recycled bottles, but let's sell 5 of them. We very quickly diverted away from that, and it's by now, to give you one example, we use plant-based resin, plastic that is as much as possible devoid of fossil fuels. Once we had the technology down, once we had the costing in charter, we could just switch the entire production to it. So where there's a will, there's a way, and it worked out well for us, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and talking about scale, you work with some of the biggest brands in the business, Calvin Klein, Nike, Shinola. It's at scale, and it's already happening, so this is really exciting. And Vanessa, I want to talk to you. You had a previous life in finance. I want to hear about your aha moment, what sparked Another Tomorrow, and the mission behind it.
I was pretty horrified by fashion as a system. So I did spend 15 years in emerging markets finance at Morgan Stanley, and I took a sabbatical ostensibly actually to move into ESG within finance. And it was this beautiful moment to just be really curious, and I was really trying to understand in greater depth how the majority of the big industries were really creating all of these negative externalities. And having followed the space for quite some time, most of it was fairly unsurprising until I got to fashion. And I was really appalled by the enormity of it, really just the scale of the impact, the complexity of it, and it's really incredibly systemic. And so, you know, really I looked across the landscape and I was shocked also by how little brand leadership there was. You saw it in the outdoor space where there's this really intuitive connection between the customer who's spending time in nature, values nature, wants to protect it, and understands brands that have that embedded in their business model. But really didn't see it across the broader fashion landscape. And it was obvious that there was a moral imperative to do it. There was a ticking time bomb in terms of the need to do it. And that on the consumer side, it was just a matter of time before they woke up. So there was sort of these concentric circles of being attentive to what you put in your body, being attentive to what you put on your skin, what you put on your kids in particular, and then thinking about really what you wear. And there was this really interesting disconnect between fashion as a personal expression and fashion, how it matches our personal values and how it's made. So Another Tomorrow really came to be as, one, an opportunity to really serve an underserved customer base. There was just a big gap in the conventional market. And really to build a company that could be kind of a living, breathing case study that this is possible and that it's possible at scale. And so scale is a big part of actually proving that out. And we've really embedded technology from the get-go in the business, and specifically digitalization, to really deliver on consumer-facing transparency, authenticated resale, some other commercial use cases like repurchase, frankly, and we've got a bunch of other exciting technology developments in-house these days.
Mm-hmm. I mean, supply chain still on the top of everyone's mind, and you have like an interesting phrase, farm to closet. Tell us a little bit about that.
You know, part of it, I think, is meeting the customer where they are and giving them analogies for things that they understand. And generally speaking, the average person that you talk to does not think about fashion as an agricultural product. And it either is, or it's made out of oil, or some form of oil. And now, you know, with some of the more innovative materials, it can be made of different things. But what we understood was that people do understand farm to table. They understand that idea of provenance and how that touches ecosystems, how that touches people, how that touches animals. And so that started to become the language that we use in terms of taking farm to table to farm to closet. And then obviously, you know, you don't really think about circularity in food, although waste is a major, major issue in the food system. But, you know, from there on, we really think about clothing as an asset. So farm to closet, and then clothing as an asset, and keep it in circulation.
Mm-hmm. And I do think, did you have?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in. You know, I think it's hard and powerful to actually connect with your clothing in that way. And I think some of the challenges have been, right, when you go to that store to buy whatever that item of clothing is, I see two big challenges. The first is that, how do you actually know anything about that, right? What it's made of, where it came from, you know, what you do with it at end of life. A lot of times you don't, or you didn't. And the second challenge is when you get to that store and you see two articles of clothing that you like, one that's sustainable, one that's not sustainable, at point of purchase, it's very hard to actually pay a lot more, right, for that, even if it aligns with your mission and your beliefs. And so I think when we think about all the things, you're right, we need to both, one, be able to scan that QR code at point of purchase and see immediately the story, the journey, the history, the water, chemicals, right, carbon emissions, oil that were used in the process, and connect with it and make a decision as whether it aligns with our values. Mm-hmm. And the second thing is you need to be able to get access to sustainable materials that actually cost you the same or less. And I think that's where we're unlocking now new value and new systems with repurposing, recycling, reusing, where you can actually get a sustainable product at the same price or a discount. So that's what I'm really excited about.
Yeah, and Thomas, I remember we were talking about that was really one of the biggest pain points.
Absolutely, people. By the way, farm to frame, I'm going to adopt that.
Yeah, go for it.
Right away. It was a pain point, exactly this. And I also think it's not fair necessarily to put the consumer or the end user of your product to put that choice onto them. So that was, for instance, in this case. So the parameters for a brand, like we have a brand we own called Dragon, which is a surfer snowboarder brand, was founded in Southern California in the 90s, very close to the brands you described, and had a long-standing relationship with Surfrider Foundation, for instance, cleaning up beaches, etc. So we used that brand as a pilot program and said, okay, let them not have to make that choice. So switch it entirely, make sure it doesn't cost a penny more, which was the pressure on the raw material supplier, but they eventually came through and turned it into I wouldn't say, and I'm careful with my words, not entirely sustainable brand, but as much as sustainable, and probably one of the most sustainable brands in the industry. And that is not only respected by the end consumer, but also the retail partners have appreciated this. They now see a point of difference in a category, by the way, that is, there's plenty of brands, nobody needs another more. And for me, that's almost the most motivating piece. I've never seen as much employee engagement behind initiatives as I've seen behind the switch to sustainable materials that we've had. Whenever we now have a marketing director for sustainability, whenever she does, actually, I get requests whether she can do other corporate-wide updates, and when they come, we have probably the highest audience and engagement that we usually get, that we ever get. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that we hear time and again, that employees are really driving this. They don't want to work for a company that's part of the problem. And I guess I'll take this opportunity to plug that we have Dragon sunglasses available at our giveaway table. Please pick those up. Do you want to talk a little bit about those, why they're special?
They're special aids. They're made by us. Beautiful product, obviously.
They are.
No, but again, Dragon, brand with a beautiful, wonderful history, Southern California. It's if you're in the surfer or snowboarder circles, which I was not, you would know this brand. And the frames that you're seeing there, as I said, all the plastics that are used for those frames are now bio-based. They're actually made from castor beans. I remember when the first frame came around, I wore it for a year and tried to destroy it, left it in the windshield of my car and in the sun as much as I could, dropped it in salt water, and it stood the test of time in my abuse. So it is not recognizable to any other high quality materials. So enjoy them.
Great, thank you so much. And all of you have mentioned technology. Let's talk about that more. Blockchain, AI, machine learning, QR codes. I mean, maybe we could just kind of go down the line. Improved recycling technology. Stephanie, tell us about how tech plays a role.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really does come down to how do we automate and scale these solutions across industries and around the world to really drive change and impact. At the end of the day, if my business is doing its job right, then you don't have to worry about the technology. That's our job, right? And we can deliver a solution that just makes it quick and easy to do what you need. But of course, that means leveraging powerful technology like blockchain, like machine learning AI. And the reason we started doing that is, yes, it's great to keep this waste out of landfill, and we wanted to sell it to others and keep it in circulation. But how do you actually know and trust when you're purchasing this stuff? Where does it come from, right? What is it made of? Who does it go to? And down, further on down the chain. And not only that, we added blockchain so that you can know with authenticity and integrity to the data, that journey, provenance, and history. But let's take it a step further, and now the business knows and understands, but what about the end consumer? And so we do connect that journey and history to that QR code, so anything made out of our repurposed, recycled, dead stock and unused materials can connect to that journey and history, and you as a consumer can trust what you get and that story. And then the final piece is, if you think about kind of selling waste, that's great, it's important, it's kind of just slapping a Band-Aid on the problem. You have waste, here, go sell it on Queen of Raw, make some money. How do you actually get to the root of the problem as a business and understand why you had it? And most importantly, how to intelligently minimize it going forward? Because waste, it's expensive, it's inefficient, right? And this is eating up bottom lines of businesses to the tune of 15% or more of some of our customers, and they didn't even know it. So now we call that data that we're collecting about that business and a tier 1 to a tier 14 supplier's unused stuff, and then help you predictively forecast and do better. And I think that's where we're really going with some of these technologies. How do we solve these problems today and also build for that better tomorrow?
I mean, waste. I mean, what business leader doesn't want to eliminate waste? And that's essentially what the circular economy is trying to solve. Exactly. Vanessa, another tomorrow in tech.
Yeah, so for us, I mean, really digitalization is at the core. And I think that there's so much untapped potential in this area. So the very first use case for us, as I referenced, was really consumer-facing transparency. So, we started out partnering with a company called Everything, which was subsequently bought by Digimarc, and essentially every item that we've ever made has been born digital. So it has its own unique digital identity that's backed up by data in a product cloud that goes all the way back in many cases to the farm level with certifications, et cetera. So you really have that inherent understanding. Same thing with wage data. We have a commitment to living wage work. But what we found is that this really becomes an infrastructure that you can iterate on continuously. So that first use case was kind of done and dusted at launch, but we've layered on authenticated resale. So we've basically been able to build an in-house resale program utilizing digital IDs for authentication and activation by the customer, which there are myriad, I'm sure every marketer in here thinks about, the activation potential for products for customers, and then layer on use cases, beyond that. But I think that in order to do these things flexibly, you need that architecture from the beginning. And so it's something that I think has been really pivotal for us. In terms of blockchain, we've been somewhat loath to do it in a supply chain context, because what we find is the level of sophistication on the technology side really differs dramatically in terms of where you are in the supply chain. And ultimately, bad data in, bad data out. So it's nice to be able to say that you have it, but ultimately, in our case, it felt like a little bit of a hammer in search of a nail. So we've decided to hold off for the minute on that end. On the go forward, it's very useful because you can start to have these event structures. Ideally, if you're treating clothing as an asset, it's not potentially just resold once, but many, many, many times. And there's real utility to being able to track the user behavior and through the life cycle of the product. So it's really kind of more forward-looking in a more circular context as opposed to backward-looking in a supply chain context for now.
It's a journey, right?
It's a journey.
Exactly. Thomas, I know it seemed like that was resonating with you. I know you talked about the manufacturers and how you're kind of reliant on them and their recycling practices. So how does tech play a role in the evolution of?
Really depends, similar to what you said. Really depends on who you're working with and where they're sitting in the chain. At the end, we try to make this very results oriented in the fact that we had the philosophy as we started this journey was really let's do first and then let's talk about it, and really deliberately try to avoid buzzwords. Also, I developed a very close relationship with our in-house counsel, who had to educate himself and had to educate us about what are claims that you can make and what are not. For instance, to the frustration of my team, even though we were using recyclable material, we couldn't always say that it's recyclable because we were not offering the recycling opportunities for it. So, and then you kind of have to dance around and educate yourself how you do this. So, no wide use of AI or blockchain at this point in time. This industry is still fairly traditional to this respect. But again, the results are going exactly in the direction where we wanted, and that's all we need.
Yeah, exactly. So we're running short on time. We've got about a minute left. I guess I'd like each of you sort of rapid fire. Systems collaboration has really been a theme of today. Where do you see the fashion industry going in terms of circularity? And what do you want business leaders to know? How can they join the journey?
Yeah. Well, I think, in the interest of being speedy, this is about the CEOs setting the corporate agendas, right? The CMOs doing the marketing and the storytelling, the CFOs dealing with this financial waste and liability on the books, the CIOs and the COs touching these materials and these supply chains every day. When you get all of them in a room, you realize the power and the value that can be unlocked. So as bad as fashion and textiles are to people and planet, it also means that fashion and textiles have the power to solve things like the world's water crisis if we rethink how we do things. So very excited to see where we're going, and we're just getting started.
A lot of potential. Vanessa?
We see a lot of potential for really kind of pre-competitive collaboration, and especially when it comes to laying the infrastructure for interoperability when it comes to these technologies. A lot of that's happening in Europe. The World Economic Forum has been leading. There's some really interesting conversations happening there. And ultimately, I think this is going to be really critical for businesses to actually meet the demands of regulation. And again, a lot of that's coming from Europe.
Yeah.
The last second, we're out of time. The last second that we have
please.
question for us, the question, or for the industry, the question really should be when and not if.
Now.
There we go.
Well, thank you so much, Stephanie Benedetto, Vanessa Boehner-Halleck, and Thomas Burkhardt.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Okay. Yes, please.
Take a picture.
Take a picture.
Yeah, take a picture real fast.
Okay.
I should say also that Caitlin played a huge role in programming this whole event, so she's not just up here moderating. She has been a big part of the whole thing. Thank you. That was a great panel. Really, really enjoyed listening. And so we're heading into the home stretch now. And I want to bring out my two panelists, Mark Kroos of Microsoft and Christina Shim of IBM. Please come join me. As somebody who has been covering technology as a journalist myself for, I don't know, more than 30 years, and now really pivoting my own career and our work towards climate and sustainability action, it's really exciting for me to have these two people up here representing two of the great leaders of technology industry. And I think it's also really important to have them here together because it's all, if we don't figure out new ways of collaborating across industries, within industries, between civil society, business, and government, every possible form of collaboration, we're not going to really be engaging in the kind of systems thinking and systems transition that we know we need and we've been hearing so much about today. So these two companies, of course, they compete in some ways. They work together in other ways. I want to start by asking both of you to just talk a little bit about the sustainability journey that each of your companies are on. And then I want to talk about what that means for your customers. But let's start with you, Christina. Tell us a little bit about IBM. And, well, first of all, tell us your title and exactly what you do.
Okay, sure. Hi, everyone. So my name is Christina Shim. I am the head of strategy and sustainability for IBM's sustainability software business. IBM has been on a really long sustainability journey. We actually published our first environmental report in 1971. So it's been over 50 years where we've been thinking about and supporting on these issues from a corporate perspective. And increasingly realizing that a lot of the products that we were already working across industries on were supporting sustainability goals all along. We just hadn't really characterized them in that way around energy efficiencies and optimization, data center load balancing, supply chain optimization, and transparency. And so pulling that all together now, we realize that a lot of the pain points that our customers were facing were things that IBM had already been dealing with and grappling with for years and years and years. The major challenge that we hear over and over again is that we are struggling with data. We don't know what to do. We have these high-level commitments, net zero just being one of them, but the most vocal one, and we're not sure how to action on that. So how do we think about that? What do we do? And so for us, it's all about data discipline. And that's what we've learned over the course of the many decades that we've been doing this is there are data sources from all around that you need to get a handle on, you need to manage, you need to figure out where you are, what the baseline is, and then where to take that and delta in action in order to achieve where you want to get to. And so where we are now, it's a really exciting part of that journey. I think IBM has, I didn't join that long ago. I joined 9 months ago, and I think one of the reasons was because I was really excited about where we were going and where we were going with the new phase of sustainability software and how we're supporting our customers in that. And so we have the net zero goal as well by 2030. Our goal, similarly, we're diverting non-hazardous waste, 90% of it by weight. We do a lot on the equitable side as well as the ethical side around scaling up and diversity and inclusion as it's related to executive pay and all of these things that I think a lot of the major companies are kind of coming to a consensus around. But I think even more than that, really helping other companies and partners along that journey and learning from what we've been doing over the last 50 plus years has been really inspirational and has been really helpful for the partners that we've been working with. So.
Yeah, and I want to dig down into the role of software in particular in this process. But Mark, tell us exactly what you do. And Microsoft has so many different ways that it's contributing on the sustainability process. Talk about some of the things that you think are most important and what your work is exactly.
Sure. First, and thanks for convening us on this very exciting conversation. I love talking about this stuff. So, Microsoft, so I'm the general manager of our Sustainability Solutions Group. So that's a centralized team inside of Brad Smith, the corporate external legal.
Hey, Brad Smith. We love Brad Smith.
Yeah, we do love Brad. And we work across the entire company, so across all the business groups, Azure, Microsoft 365, Surface, Xbox, real estate, facilities, entire company on carbon commitments and ways that we can help our customers and help the world. Our sustainability journey really goes back to 2009. We set our first environmental commitment then. We were carbon neutral by 2012, but that was through avoiding emissions offsets. And then we just kept getting better and better. And then it was really during the Trump administration that when we pulled out of the Paris Agreement, I think a lot of the private sector stood up and said, wow, this is really messed up. Like, we have to really start to behave more like governments and really set up our ambition. In 2020, we launched, in the spirit of a software company, in 4 sprints, we launched 4 tentpole commitments. The first is to be carbon negative by 2030. And then to...
What does that mean, to be carbon negative?
So that means, you know, there's 2 verbs, reduce, right? Reduce our scope 3 emissions by 60%, durably remove the rest, but a little bit more than the rest every year. So by 2050, we will actually erase all of the historic emissions the company's ever had since 1975. So from a greenhouse gas perspective, it'll be as if we never existed. So that was the first commitment. The second was to be water positive, to make sure every place that we have a data center, everywhere that we work, that we do not become that company that makes water more scarce and more expensive. So to replenish more water than we use. The third is to be a zero waste company. So particularly for us, it's about e-waste. So we have 5 circular centers in the world that are sort of regional hubs for all our data centers. So we have humans picking through and making sure every bit of server racks and components is sorted, reused, recycled, but not thrown away. So that's, and then the fourth is to protect ecosystems. So and I'll tell you more about this cool thing we're doing called the planetary computer, which is really this spatiotemporal geosensing planetary insights platform. So those were the 4 commitments we made. And we have an operations team that is hard at work on doing that. When you do the math, though, you say, okay, that's great, Microsoft. You're going to take care of your environmental footprint and then some. But you also, when you do the math, we are 0.03% of global emissions. So what are we going to do about the other 99.97? So the first concentric ring is Microsoft sustainability, which I just talked about. The next concentric ring is customer and partner sustainability. So in our journey, our own journey, we've learned a lot. And we've built a lot of tech. So let's commercialize that and productize it and make sure that is available to our customers. So we last June went generally available with the Microsoft Cloud for sustainability. So that is a whole suite of software and services for helping companies become more sustainable. And then we have a whole bunch of initiatives for like helping the world, trying to accelerate carbon markets, improve fluency and sustainability skilling through LinkedIn, this type of thing. We have in accelerating carbon markets, we have a $1 billion climate innovation fund, which is investing in climate tech, trying to move green premiums down as fast as possible. So we're really operating in 3 different spheres there.
It's really, really impressive. And I know one of the things you're very committed to is carbon removal and
Yes.
investing even before the technology is really there to try to help that technology come along. But I want to talk about software. So this is your business in both cases. I don't think the world yet appreciates how much software is going to be the way that we, and of course, connectivity, as we were talking about with Heather Johnson of Ericsson earlier. But once you're connected and you got software, you got to use it in some very creative new ways. So Christina, talk a little bit about how IBM is thinking about that.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. Look, at the end of the day, most companies are still using spreadsheets to figure out what their footprint is. And that's not going to move the needle, right? It's a great effort, but we have the technology at hand. We have AI, we have blockchain technology, we have the technology to be able to help support accelerating where we are in the journey, and that's what we need to do. We made an acquisition actually earlier this year in January of a company called Invisi, and they are all about ESG data management, insights, analytics, and reporting. And why that's so powerful as it's related to the suite of other products that we have is because it allows for this automation, this integration of kind of real-time data and process flows of that data to pull it in, make sense of it, and then actually action on it, right? Going back to what the challenges that people are facing, what enterprises are facing. So Fortune 50 companies that we speak to on a weekly basis. I mean, Mark and I talked about this, still using spreadsheets to figure it out. There's no way that, and this has come up in a couple of the sessions today, we need to move faster. There's only so much time that we have to make the difference that we need to make. And in order to do that, technology needs to be leveraged to move us faster and accelerate us in that journey. And so software, I mean, a lot of these products and platforms already exist. Large companies like ours are investing more and more to make sure that they're getting into the hands of different enterprises, nonprofits, multi-lives, governments, everyone, like you mentioned, across sectors, across industries, to make sure that we're having the impact that we can have. And the adoption hasn't been as fast as I think it should be, but hopefully that's changing. And I think as we are hopefully raising more awareness of what that can and should do towards our climate goals. And when I say climate goals, by the way, I don't just mean carbon emissions and net zero, right? I mean climate goals, climate equity, climate justice, understanding transparency, traceability in our supply chains. These are things that are critical for the resilience of businesses for many generations to come. And we need to make sure that we're leveraging software to help us do that.
Are we getting to a point where where companies will essentially have a live, real-time dashboard of their emissions? Is that the world we're heading towards?
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah, both of you think so? Okay, what do you think?
Yeah, the role of software is huge. You know, when you live in a technology company, you have to realize when we have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And certainly the climate crisis we're in has a lot of components to it, but technology certainly plays an important role. Just the move from on-prem to cloud is like the best decision any company can make, and the benefits are somewhere between 20 and 80% better, right?
In terms of emissions per se?
In terms of emissions, just because
just letting somebody else do it is more efficient because you can do it at scale more effectively, et cetera?
Right, so just making that decision to anybody's cloud, forgetting the benchmarking between clouds, right?
But we'll say they all go to Salesforce then, okay? Yeah, let's go.
Just kidding. Everyone's doing great. The things we hear about, that I hear about most from our customers in terms of software, what we can help with, and it can help with a lot of things, as Christina was saying, AI is measurement and planetary insights. So in terms of measurement, it is carbon accounting. It is scope 1, 2, and 3, and like the Cloud for Sustainability is designed, it's called the Microsoft Sustainability Manager as part of the Cloud for Sustainability umbrella. It is designed to do exactly that, is to measure scope 1, 2, and 3 and help you get to the data. So data connectors, common data model, data formats, all of that. It's a very horizontal problem, actually. It's not quite an industry vertical because all customers have the same problem. And when I'm in our executive briefing center 3 days a week, it's always about help us with scope 3 because that's the real bugaboo. And really, if you get everyone to figure out their scope 1, because my scope 3 is someone else's scope 1, right? If you get everyone to figure that out, that's important.
Scope 3, just for everybody, is the kind of thing Heather Johnson was talking about, the use of Ericsson's products in the marketplace, or for any company, the use of the things you produce, the impact you have outside of your own company.
Right, purchase goods and services. So all the chips we buy for our data centers are part of our scope 3, right?
So the supply and the output, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And then the second thing is just planetary insights. I think the era that we're in is so exciting because think about it, there's this necklace of satellites around the Earth, right? There are
interesting phrase. Okay.
There's everywhere, just in all this environmental sensing data, right? There is millions of IoT sensors and everything from coral reefs to rainforests, just everywhere, right? And all of that data needs a place to land and be overlaid and reasoned over, and really to measure and monitor the health of the world's ecosystem. It's really the beating heart of this world through this whole new class of spatio-temporal data, which has been distributed, traditionally very distributed and siloed. So as a platform company, we see a role to sort of bring it all together in one place. We're talking, exabytes of data.
I don't know if you heard me say when I was talking to Heather about the instrumented society, but that's really what you're talking about, that the more we can measure, monitor, and adapt using data, everything that we do, the more we're going to be able to really move towards sustainability. Christina, I wanted to ask you about, historically, so much of even companies that have been trying to do it without spreadsheets, they've been just using estimates and models. How are we doing getting away from estimates and models towards real measurement of what companies are actually doing?
Yeah, so a lot of the platforms now, including our products, have real data connectors, as Mark mentioned, to the actual data. So those connectors are tied in with, let's say, the utility bills of buildings, of energy efficient footprint, how things are being run with data centers, what's exactly happening within the network of your supply chain. These are all real-time data points that are then integrated into that dashboard that you mentioned. If you could have a dashboard that shows you everything, and for us that dashboard is in Visi, then you are able to pull that all together real-time and get insights from that. And that's real data, right? That's actual data. This is not like we're going to estimate the size of this building and the approximate number of people. This is, we're showing that you're not using this room, you're turning this air conditioner on and off at the wrong times. I mean, very real-time, actionable decisions that can be made on a day-to-day basis that are intelligent, and so they help you manage, and you extrapolate that over the countries and the sites that you're in. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I think most people may not realize, and from talking to both of you, both companies have relationships with companies like Honeywell, Johnson Controls, the companies that are building the systems that manage all of the buildings in every city, and you're building connectors into your software in both companies to really suck that in and use it.
That's right. I mean, if you think of like today, the distinction I think we're making here is between real-time activity data and post-facto spend data, right? So when we get an estimate for $1 million worth of HVAC for our buildings, right, that goes to finance and procurement, who then applies some industry average to that. Well, $1 million of spend, they don't know how green the grid was. They don't know. It doesn't know anything. It's just an industry average, right? Versus making sure that that HVAC system in that building is pumping activity data straight to the cloud. And that, of course, requires that there's a place to land where we can have all the predictive analytics like Invisi and the Cloud for Sustainability, but it has to have a place to come from, right? The source data needs to be connected. And that's the challenge, and that's the goal of a platform provider, is to make those connections and that whole ecosystem all work.
I want to ask you both, here we have two of the giant software companies and technology companies of the world. How can companies like yours work together more? And does the industry have a sense of a mandate as, including, Oracle, Salesforce, all these companies? Is there any kind of collective momentum where you are able to work together better than you did in the past, or do you believe that needs to happen, either one of you?
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in. I think, so our current CEO, Arvind, is a huge proponent of, yes, of course, we're competitors with basically everybody in the tech space, but we're also partners in crime in all of this. And so the strategy and the vision of us working more closely, not just with Microsoft, but I'm sure many of your companies out here, is alive and well. And it's not just around sustainability, but I think that sustainability, there's a certain, I don't know, it's a theme that most people can get behind, right? There's a lot of kind of, we're doing this for something that's bigger than just the next quarterly return or the next quarterly earnings. This is something that's bigger than just us and just our business. And in order to do that and have the impact, we need to all be working together. So yeah, I think that there's something with sustainability that really encourages that. Yeah. And on top of that, there's also, I think, increased appetite by the most senior leaders of the companies to also be working more closely in hand. And that's across, I mean, when we're talking about for IBM, quantum, AI, automation, I mean, across all of these, security, that's happening across the space. And sustainability, it's only, I think, furthering or accelerating that.
Nothing like a crisis to
bring people
give
together.
People incentive. What do you think about that?
I mean, there's a lot of places to compete in the world. Sustainability standards and formats is not one of them, right? So in February, we worked with the Climate Works Foundation to launch this thing called the Carbon Call, which was modeled after these other sort of big impact, the Christchurch Call and the Paris Call. But the Carbon Call really was to convene the industry, and we turned it over to the Climate Works Foundation. I just came back from a meeting in Midtown Manhattan. So the discussion in that room is all about carbon accounting standards and formats and methodologies. Which are still very much all over the map and not sufficiently standardized. Yeah, we're not at gap accounting for carbon yet.
You think we'll get there?
We have to, and we have to do it soon.
Give me a time frame. How soon could we get to that kind of a truly gap-like carbon accounting ecosystem?
5 years max.
5 years.
Yeah. Again, I was just in the room, so I got a little bit of but they're moving fast, and we've got all the right people, right? And there'll just be more and more signatories to these efforts, and they will be industry initiatives that everyone benefits from, and hopefully no one directly profits from.
Right.
If I could just add on to that. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, there is actually an effort by George Serafim at Harvard Business School and Sir Ronald Cohen exactly around that. It's called the Impacts-Weighted Accounting Initiative. And the idea is we will not be able to move the needle until impact, however you define impact, is incorporated into our gap accounting methodology somehow. Because the only way that there's going to be accountability is by incorporating that as part of our financials and reports. So it's in the works. And your timeline question is a good one. I also think that it's going to happen very quickly, but probably not as quickly as it needs to, because you're bucking the entire system here, right? So there's going to be a lot of resistance to it.
Neither of you are the CFO people, but the SEC is starting to require companies to report on emissions and sustainable measurements. Is that a step towards what you just described, would you say?
It's a step.
It's a small step.
It's certainly a forcing function, right?
Yes.
It's just another reason that the companies that I meet with are just sort of raising their hands saying, can you help us?
Right.
Because we've got regulatory pressures, we've got customer pressures, we've got employee pressures. There's pressure coming in every direction.
Wow. The bell has rung. This is a great conversation. We will continue it with both of your companies I've been writing about and thinking about for decades, and I hope to continue. It's much more enjoyable when you're really working on this climate and sustainability stuff, because the internet itself is getting boring to me, but climate is what matters. So thank you so much for having both being here and all the great work you're doing.
Appreciate it.
Let's take a picture now.
So much. Yeah,
I want to take a picture of this. Thank you both so much. Well, now you're in for our closing treat. You've hopefully, if you haven't already gotten a copy of the Carbon Almanac, we have plenty of copies. As you heard, you're welcome to take more than one. Seth Godin, everybody's known of Seth Godin for a long time as one of the great masters of marketing and marketing communications and theory of successful communication in business for a long, long time. He is now what he calls the founding editor of the Carbon Almanac, which is an impressive gathering of tools and ideas for how we can collectively move forward. I'm going to turn the stage over in a way we haven't all day to one person, and he's going to take it away. So Seth, you're a master at this. Go for it.
Thank you. I got to say, this is the smartest audience I've talked to in a very long time, and I'm a little intimidated, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to talk for 10 or 15 minutes or so. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process of building the almanac, because I think there's a metaphor there, but mostly I want to talk about a bigger idea. I hope we can agree, after hearing all of these engaged, brilliant people, that the problem we are facing is complicated. I think that it's pretty truthful to say it's complicated. And what I want to start by saying is, it's also really simple. It's simple, but we don't want to look at the core of it. So let's start with a simple example. Let's say you're a James Bond villain, and it's 1625, and you've decided that your mission is to kill all the whales. Now, one way you could kill all the whales is you get some giant space-carried laser beam and find whales in the ocean and kill them, but those hadn't been invented yet. The other thing you could do is teach people about whale oil. Because if people learned about whale oil, some people would build whale oil refineries, some people would start selling whale oil lanterns, and some people would go hunt whales. And as a result, over the next 100 or so years, whales would go right to the verge of extinction. Not because there were any evil people trying to kill all the whales, but because a system was built in which the death of whales was essential. And you know what saved the whales? It wasn't Greenpeace. It was kerosene. Kerosene saved the whales, because kerosene was an easier and cheaper way to light your house at night. So here's the thing we need to take away when we think about this. Now, I'll just give you a little bit of background on my journey here. 16 years ago, I wrote my first blog post about climate change. It did not solve the problem. I did my best, so I moved on to other things. But it became clear to me after reading the essential book, Ministry for the Future, which anyone in your line of work must read or listen to on audio. The audiobook's amazing. In the next week, the first 20 pages will break your heart and give you nightmares, but you got to stick it out. After reading Ministry for the Future, I said, I'm not smart enough about this. I've been hiding from this. If I'm doing that, I bet you other people are too. And so I decided not to build an almanac, which I've done more than almost any living being. I did the Business Almanac, the Celebrity Almanac, the Women's Almanac years and years and years ago. I said, why don't I just make this a metaphor? How do we organize around this? And I organized 300 people in 41 countries. I'm a volunteer. I haven't gotten paid a penny in the last 53 weeks of full-time work, and I don't get any royalties from the book either. All of us worked for free, and we built a 97,000-word almanac, edited it, fact-checked it, footnoted every single page, illustrated it, etc., in 5 months with no one in charge. And that is a metaphor for what is possible if we're going to change things. But here's some of what I learned. What I learned is that we built a system. And when you build a system, you should not be surprised if the system gives you what the system was built for, particularly if that's what you've been measuring. And about 1909, do the math, we built a system. And the system was get cheap energy and turn it into things that make life more convenient for privileged folks. That is the world we have lived in since you were born. Turn cheap energy into convenience. And we invented ways to keep score if we were doing well with that system, like profit, like stock price, like I'm just doing my job. And that built every brand you have ever heard of. That built every organization. And in fact, it made us all rich. There are more rich people on the planet Earth than ever before. The percentage of people on Earth that are truly, truly poor is lower than ever before. It fed us and it clothed us. And that system did exactly what it was supposed to do. It took cheap energy out of the ground, it burned it, and it turned it into convenience. And the thing is that the Earth is going to be fine. 100 years from now, 200 years from now, it's still going to be here. But we probably won't. Not if this system continues to do what it's doing. So we're not here to save the Earth. We're here to say, is the system getting us what we set out for the system to do? The answer is yes. And then the question is, what should we do? Well, one thing we could do is put several veneers of indirection and greenwashing on top of the system to make it look like we're changing the system, but keep doing the system because we're just doing our job. An ad agency named Ogilvy and Mather got hired by a company called British Petroleum. And they invented the phrase carbon footprint, one of the greatest marketing triumphs of all time. It makes me want to throw up every time I think about it. Carbon footprint was designed to make the people in this room feel guilty so that we would realize we were hypocrites, so we wouldn't speak up about changing the system, because after all, we're not perfect. Around the same time, the people in the plastics industry had some meetings, and they said, we got troubles because plastics are filling our oceans and our streets. So they invented plastics recycling, even though they know it's a fraud. Even though when you put that plastic bottle in the blue bin, it is going to get collected and incinerated. You have just done a tiny bit of pre-sorting for the incineration people. And when I tell people this, it makes them uncomfortable. And then tomorrow, they put the plastic bottle in the recycling bin. And the reason they do that is because the system is the one we've lived with our whole lives. That the number one thing that the richest country in the world could do in one day to eliminate more than 20% of the climate problem, in one day, with no other activity necessary, is just walk away from cows. Just do it. Just walk away from cows. No milk, no cheese, no meat, beef. If we just did that, it would make this spectacular shift, but we won't, and we haven't. And in fact, every country that gets richer, one of the very first things they do is start eating more meat. And if people around the world ate meat the way we eat meat in the United States, we would need a whole other planet just to hold the cows. I'm not exaggerating that. You can look it up. Every single page of this book has a footnote, and the footnote is a vetted source online, not from us. A whole other planet. This isn't even about carbon. This is just about the physics of how much room a cow takes up. But as soon as we start talking about this, someone says, well, what about regenerative agriculture? I only buy this kind of fancy organic beef from happy cows and blah, 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 blah. We'd still need a whole other planet to hold the cows more, because they take up more room when you do it that way. My point is we need to look at the system. And that gets me to the business part of why I wanted to come today, because there's some really good people running this event, and when they asked me to come, it was an instant yes. So 20 years ago, I gave a speech to the Newspaper Publishers of America. I don't know if Rick was there or not. Maybe you were. But I explained to them in detail, not because I'm a genius, but because I could see what was happening. I said, there is no newspaper represented in this room that's going to be the same as it is now in 20 years. You can't outlast the internet. And they're like, yeah, we can. We'll take that bet. And they're all gone. They were either transformed or they disappeared. And I gave a talk the next year to travel agents. And I said, there's not one travel agent left in this room who's going to be a travel agent in 20 years. Because why would I call a travel agent and wait 2 days and pay you money when I can just go to whatever is going to be called kayak and do that? And they're like, we'll take that bet. What does the internet want? Was the simple equation that you needed if you wanted to get rich for the last 20 years. For the last 20 years, if you gave the internet what it wanted, the system was going to reward you. And the question you need to ask yourself now is, what does the climate want? And what the climate doesn't want is for us to do what we used to do, but a little bit more recycled. What the climate doesn't want is for us to have systems that enable people to have better lives that involve them increasing the amount of carbon we are putting into the atmosphere, because it just doesn't work. So I could paddle my canoe from here to where I live up the Hudson River 15 miles away. New York City almost closed about 120 years ago. And the reason is because the Hudson River was a sewer. And people were peeing in the river, and people were drinking the water from the river, because that's where the water came from. We had to filter it, right? But it was not sustainable. They did not say, hey, everybody, please, 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 stop peeing in the river. What they said is, you're not allowed to pee in the river anymore, because it's killing people. And then they also built the sewer system. And the combination of those two things enabled us to build New York City as we know it. So where we are right now is at a crossroads with two elements. And then I'm going to stop ranting and we can talk about whatever you want. The first one is this. If you are looking to actually transform your business, you need to ask, what does the climate want? Not what will please the shareholders for the next month, what makes life more convenient for people, but is also sort of good for the environment. But what does the climate want? And the second thing is, the short version, because we've indoctrinated everybody on this planet to look for things that are cost efficient and increase our status and affiliation, our wealth and our convenience, is we have to start pricing carbon fairly. If the price of carbon was correct, give a dividend back to every single person equal to the amount that they started with. If the price of carbon was correct, the market would get really smart, really, really fast. And if you care, not even about your children or grandchildren, but just about the obligation that we have to do what we can with the leverage we have, with the privilege and the status we have, that's what we need to do. We need to dramatically change our systems, and the way we will do that is by talking about it. And so the reason this exists, and the reason it was worth my time and the time of the people who worked on it, is so you can talk about it. Not proselytize to them, but just hand it to them and say, which one page of this is worth discussing, and what are we going to do about it? And it's the most important project of my lifetime, and probably yours. So that's why I ranted about it. But I promised I would do Q&A because that's why I came. What do you want to talk about? We have microphones. Bring it on. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you. Yes, sir, right here in the center. Here's your microphone.
Are you familiar with James Lovelock?
James Lovelock. He wants you to say who you are.
Jonathan Russo. I write for Worth.
Write for Worth. Okay. The name doesn't ring a bell, but that doesn't mean I don't know who he is.
James Lovelock wrote Gaia Theory.
Yes.
Okay, you're familiar. I urge everybody here to read about Gaia Theory. James Lovelock died about a month ago at 103. His spirit hovers over this entire seminar, this webinar, whatever we're doing here. Please read Gaia Theory. He outlined about the Earth and what the Earth wanted. He wrote a book recently in 2016 called Revenge of Gaia. There's nothing here that he didn't explain 55 years ago. Right.
Thank you.
So I really just urge people to read about Gaia Theory. Thank you.
Noted. Who's got a question? Over here we have one. Yes, please. Thank you for that tip.
Hi, my name is Rachna Shah. I work for Common Ground Compost, a zero waste services company here in New York City. With any other, I mean, I work with waste, so with any other company, they have to pay by the ton for the waste that they produce, and yet these companies that create emissions don't have to pay a dime, it seems like, and they're basically using our atmosphere as their personal sewer system. So, that being said, carbon taxes and carbon fees have been fought. So it's like the system now is so big, we cannot put these fees that are just make complete sense to anybody in place. So my question to you is, do you see any movement there, or do we have to always go around it?
So again, when we talk about changing a system, when we're in the system, it's very difficult to even have the conversation. However, we have seen the system we live in the United States, governance-wise, shift dramatically because small groups of people have persistently and consistently spoken up. And I won't bring up those issues, but you know which ones I'm talking about. And here's the thing. You can get elected in almost any precinct in the United States for almost any office without the first, second, and third question being about carbon pricing. If the first, second, and third question you get asked every time you go anywhere is about carbon pricing, things are going to change. But the government is a trailing indicator. It is almost never a leading indicator. And what has been missing is people looking for a short, simple, convenient solution. Oh, I know, I'll recycle my plastic, as opposed to a long-term, concerted community thing to just keep talking about it. Because you're right, the vast majority of people in this country would happily take a $3,000 check in the mail to make up for a $3,000 carbon pricing adjustment at the border. They break even, but it would change everything. It would change it in a week. But we're not asking about it enough. We're not talking about it enough. And they don't have Meatless Monday at your kid's school cafeteria. Do you know how many people you need to do that? Not very many. My town, leaf blowers against the law. One cool statistic from the Carbon Almanac. 1 hour of a leaf blower is the same as driving a Toyota Camry to Los Angeles from here. 1 hour, the same amount of carbon. Leaf blowers with gas should be against the law. You don't need more than 100 people to ban leaf blowers. Why aren't we doing it? Because we're afraid to talk about it, because it means we reveal the system. And there's a man behind the curtain, and we should just move the curtain.
Seth, I'm over here, David, with the mic.
Hi, David.
Luckily, I can just take the mic. But we had a series of roundtables leading up to this conference today. One of them was on carbon accounting, and a really amazing comment was made that, and you hit it right on with the carbon border adjustment taxes, which Europe is imposing. And the thing that's great, Europe is leading yet again, and they're going to cause the whole world to change because, as this guy was explaining, if Europe imposes a carbon tax at the border, basically we will have to do the same or we will be uncompetitive.
Correct.
And it also means we will have to be conscious of the costs we're paying going into Europe. But the great thing about it is that the only reason Europe can have a carbon border tax is because they have a price for carbon in Europe, which we do not have. But once we introduce a carbon border tax, we will have to also have a price for carbon. Elizabeth, is that right, of EDF?
Yeah.
Does
So
that sound right?
let me try to tell the story, if I could, or do you want to do it? Go ahead.
I want to hear from EDF on it.
This is not my area of expertise. I cannot believe you're doing this to me, David. I think the overall message here, and I was not expecting to say this, is when you think about a price on carbon, there's a lot of different ways to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it need not be a tax. And you could do a cap on emissions and get at this. You could do companies can put performance specifications on their supply chain. I mean, that kind of does the same thing. It's getting at that same result. And there are a lot of different strategies.
Yeah.
That's
and
the
it doesn't
message
matter,
we need
but it will
to
disrupt the
have.
system,
Yes,
whatever
disrupt
we do.
the system.
Exactly. There's a question right there from Max.
Hi, thanks, thanks, Seth. Max Beaumont from Skytree. We're a direct air capture company. So we keep track of carbon tax and carbon credits pretty closely.
Yes.
And we were really interested to see in the new IRA bill, Inflation Reduction Act, how Biden and et al. Have introduced a carbon credit price of, I think, $180 now. They're called 45Qs. We thought that was really interesting, and actually, frankly, maybe even puts US ahead of Europe now. Do you have thoughts on that?
Again, everything I've said today is my opinion, not the opinion of the hundreds of people who worked on this. But from what I can see, and I interviewed directly some people who work in what you do, the scale of direct air carbon capture is so tiny. The biggest plant ever built is the equivalent of, I think, 5,000 or 10,000 cars worth of emissions. And the chemistry behind it is so sketchy that what it's being used for now is airlines saying it's okay for us to go make an order for 20 supersonic jets because 15 years from now it'll be working. And so my take is that Band-Aids of whatever kind need to be avoided. We just need to say we have an infection. Putting a bandage on it of any kind is not the answer. The answer is, what are we going to do about this system? The market is really, really good at paying attention. And what it pays attention to right now is convenience and price. And so the single best thing to do is reveal to the market what the price of carbon actually is, because that will put all these forces to work. I blogged a couple weeks ago about yoga blocks. I needed to buy some yoga blocks. Yoga blocks, as you know, are made of oil foam, but they last a really long time, so you could argue you're only going to buy yoga blocks once in your life. But the yoga blocks I got were wrapped in plastic, and that was wrapped in a plastic branding bag, and that was wrapped in plastic. And I called up the CEO of the company, and I said, you're the biggest, you're Earth-centric, that's the name, Gaiam, right? Like, what are you doing? And he said, we have to do that, because if we don't, Dick's and Amazon won't sell our stuff, because they need it to be in that, because it makes it faster and more convenient for them. Well, the solution's simple, not to find every example of this, just make plastic wrap too expensive. And if you did that, the other ones would be cheaper, and that's what people would buy. So I don't know how to implement that. I just know we're not talking about it enough. And I don't think lobbying from any given industry is the answer. I think we just got to say, oh, the system is based on a flaw. Sir, you had a question right behind Max. And then someone back there? Yeah. Understood, because it's built into the system. Yes.
Yeah, I'm John Suter from Reedus Associates. Thanks for being here. When Greta Thunberg was here in New York, there was a woman in the audience that was holding up a sign that said, "No Fly Wednesdays," implying that the airlines should just take a vacation on Wednesday. And I thought about that, and I actually wrote to all the major airlines here in the States, and I got one nice letter from the PR department. But I thought it really is up to the flying public if they want. Because if you think about all major religions have a sacred day, a day of rest. Why couldn't the airlines have a Wednesday when nobody flies? And it could be done from the consumers.
It's fascinating to think about. I think that they're still arguing about leaving at 3 a.m. from Kennedy, so they don't even want to stop in the middle of the night. Again, it's about systems. I haven't been on an airplane in 2 years. I don't fly to speak anymore. I can't solve the problem by myself. Voluntary action is not going to solve this problem. We have made that clear. Really good people are voluntarily doing interesting things. But one person who's racing to the bottom to make an extra buck is lobbying for a coal plant. So again, systemic action is the way we solve a systemic problem. We have a systemic problem. Would I be opposed to No Fly Wednesday? No. If it got us to No Fly Thursday, et cetera. But we need a system solution. Not perfect, but a step forward. We had someone back there first. Yes, please. Hi.
Hi, Seth. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Chris Dowd. I work for Daluz Capital. We're an early stage venture fund in Latin America, one of the only that focuses on early stage climate innovation investing. I'm an American. I've been living in Latin America for the last 2 years. Have seen quite a bit of examples of climate innovation, whether that be startups or organizing practices. I need to get you to go a little faster because my timer's going. Totally. Curious, this book has a global scope. What lessons do you take from other parts of the world outside of Europe and the United States that we can use in the United States to accelerate our path to decarbonization?
That's a great question. We made it as global as we could. the biggest solar plant in the world is in India, and China has put up enough solar farms in the last year to replace 52 coal plants if they want to, and much of the world is on a no-meat diet, and the ones that aren't use it as a treat. There's all sorts of ways that people in the world are living that are interesting. Europe, as you pointed out, is doing some smart things in governance. But I think here's what we're going to see. The opening 15 pages of Ministry for the Future, the heartbreaking part, 15 million people die in 1 week in India from a heat wave. When it becomes 138 degrees Fahrenheit, humans cannot survive, even in the shade, even in a lake. That's going to happen. And it's probably not going to happen in New York. It's going to happen in a place that has been previously colonized. It's going to happen in a place where human beings didn't do this to the world. And what are we going to do when 4 million climate refugees show up here? We can't pretend the rest of the world isn't there. The rest of the world is there, and they're going to come here because they need a place to go. And so, yeah, there's some really cool lessons and groups doing interesting things. But I think we need to think hard about the fact that, as Lovelock wrote about, there's only one planet we can survive on, and it's not Mars. Yes, hi.
Seth, it's really interesting stuff. I think it very thought-provoking. You have obviously taken the model farther. Tell us about it. And what I'm talking about is, if everybody converted to be a vegetarian, we need another planet for vegetables, and if we're just
not true.
Fish, we need another.
That's not true. You're welcome to be a troll, but this is simply not true.
No, so you have no limit on the population that this Earth can support.
No, there's clearly a carrying capacity of the Earth, but we lowered the carrying capacity of the Earth dramatically when we started raising livestock. We did not increase our carrying capacity, we lowered it. If you read the great book, The Wizard and the Prophet, it goes into detail. It's a history book, but it's fantastic, about two men who changed our planet. One won the Nobel Prize for the Green Revolution for feeding the poor in Mexico and China and other places, and the other one was the father of the modern environmental movement. Both were right, both were wrong. They only met once or twice in their lives, and it's a narrative of how they intertwined. But forgive me, but I have no time for trolls. If you don't want to talk about it, I get it. If you don't want to do the math, I get it. But what we have to do as a community is not pick one thing that's not perfect or one thing that's unexplored. What we have to do is say, let's really look at the system. And it's telling me I'm out of time, so I'm going to see what that means.
You could finish and keep. We have one more question back there.
Okay, we'll do another question back there. But I think it's important that we talk to each other in this room to say, do you even see the system? And if we see the system, how do we talk to people who aren't in this room about how the system has been built? It's been built on cheap oil and no price for dumping the stuff into the air. Those two things are true. Yes,
so I think this dovetails well. My name's Ashley. I'm the CEO of Alma Health, an eco-femtech company. How do we use your marketing genius to help move forward the dialogue and help change consumer behavior?
I'm going to take a pass on the marketing genius part. Marketing has shifted quite a bit since I first started writing about it. But what essentially we get to do, if we're doing something called marketing, is we tell a story that resonates with people. It's a story about status or affiliation. Status is, who do you have more than, right? The Forbes 400 did an enormous amount of damage because every time it comes out, 399 people feel their penis get a little bit smaller and then have to race a little bit harder to move up. And status is centered in places like New York City. We see it played against itself all the time, right? It's not clear to me that you need to take a private jet 18 miles to go to a meeting. And affiliation is, what do people like us do? People like us do things like this. And if we think about what human beings have been able to do, right? We paved the earth in 10 or 15 years. There was not one gas station when Henry Ford got going, and then we put a gas station. We know how to make massive change happen when we align around a story. And the story in front of us that does not work is the story of Kal-El and Krypton, and I can show you the planet's going to explode, let's send a kid over there in the magic blanket. That's not going to be an easy thing to sell. But what we can sell is a story of possibility and community and connection. And so when I say to people, British Petroleum invented carbon footprint, maybe there's someone who worked at British Petroleum a long time ago whose feelings are hurt, but generally people go, oh, that was done to us. How do we communicate back with each other? That when we understand that an engineer at Exxon wrote a detailed memo in 1983 describing all the causes of climate change, and he was right, oh, why didn't you tell me that? So when we can help people live with the fact that we're all hypocrites and understand that we care about our kids and we don't want to just like start living on the ground in a tent, how do we help people go forward without trying to buy their way out of the problem? Because buying a shirt like this made me happy for 3 minutes, but I already was wearing a shirt when I went to the store, right? Most of the people who are buying fashion aren't naked. So how are we going to build new stories that make us feel good and also cause us to change our actions? And for me, that comes down to seeing the system. So with that, I'm going to stop. Thank you for the work you're doing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
What a fantastic way to end. That was beautiful. You know, British Petroleum also rebranded as Beyond Petroleum at one point, and then they changed their mind. Really. Anyway, that was a beautiful way to end our event. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Seth. And thank you to all you for spending the day with us. I think Seth mentioned a couple things: community, connections. Obviously, these types of events bring people together.
Thank you.
So please, we'll enjoy some great wine and hors d'oeuvres. We will be convening people in November out on the West Coast in Sonoma. Hopefully some of you will be able to join us out there. The theme of that event is Innovation Must Save the World. So we'll be tackling a lot of topics, including climate change. Thanks again to our sponsors.
Yeah, just quickly, that event is a lot like this, only it's longer, much more of a community at a beautiful hotel. We're all together, and we really get down into it even deeper. So that's what we do in November.
Thank you to Deloitte, IBM, Bentley, U.S. Steel, EDF, Marchand, CTVC, Brown Girl Green, all these companies again that really helped us make this possible. All of you that helped make this possible, and the last couple of years.
October, don't forget Boston.
October, if any of you, which I did talk to, we're doing a healthcare transformation event with our CDX brand and Drew Ianni back there. We'll be hosting that event October 6th in Boston. You'll all be getting our newsletters. Please grab Seth's book, the Marchand sunglasses, the Deloitte cutlery, and we'll see you out in the beautiful patio for some wine. So thank you again.